Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they getting views, but they don't look like I do. Woo! I do. Double tap. I do. Hit the like. I do. Have them rubbing your head like Badu. They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like I do. Double tap, hit that like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Back at it again, one more time in the flesh. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast. Who is it, man? Must be a blizzard, man. Double tap, hit that like button as you come in, man. So excited to be back with you guys, man. So excited, man. So excited. I'm so excited. Chromies indicted. What's up, man? Yeah, I know, man. Mega MAGA Tuesday. I know Mega MAGA Monday yesterday, but I was off with the family, man. I was off with the family, doing family activities, man. You know, man, it's a team around here, man. What is it? Family and football, man. We starting off with a fire week. Another fire. Can y'all believe it, man? It's 2026. It's June. But what does that mean for MAGA, man? What does that mean for conservative media outlet? What does that mean for conservative media news? It means a lot, man. We be rolling so much, man. We get to rolling. And the thing about the what we've been dealing with the media, the legacy media and the liberals and the Dems, there's so much in such little time. Trump just is giving a live speech. Trump just said, I got 4 years. I got 3 years left. And this is something we don't talk about enough, I believe, because so much has transpired. We don't talk about enough how much time Trump has left. He mentioned it the other day, 3 years, man. 3 years, that's a long time. So when we look at the fact it's 2026 in June, we just had the election. People are so upset. There's so much anger, but the truth is you just had an opportunity to have an election just over 16 months ago. Donald Trump has 3 years left. We're talking about Trump humiliating the Iran Hawks, the economy on fire. But where I want to go today, ladies and gentlemen, where we're starting to broadcast first is Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte goes wild. We need to get a banner up. Charlotte, how many people heard about Charlotte? Charlotte goes wild. Charlotte then went crazy. Teens then took over Charlotte. So I didn't did an analysis. I didn't did a breakdown looking at Charlotte. And I was just so surprised. When I look at the Charlotte violence and the Charlotte takeover, number one, it's not the first act. So what I'm talking about is over the weekend, 23 teens were arrested. But the thing that's ironic is 13 parents were arrested. The police warned the parents that if the children got unruly again, that parents would be arrested. So over the weekend, 23 children were arrested. And I think this is about time. And we dealing with all of these 35-year sentences, children unaliving other children. Yes, parents need to be held accountable when their children act out. So Charlotte, North Carolina is where we're starting today. Charlotte, North Carolina. Teenagers take over. They shut down highways. They cause. I heard they were beating up police officers. 24 teens arrested. 24 teens arrested. It's absolutely bonkers what we got going on. 13 parents, 24 teens. Let's read the article together. Police arrest 24 teens. Charlotte police and 13 parents at the Teens Takeover Park in Charlotte. Police dispense unsanctioned gathering, arresting 24 people, including 23 juveniles, on charges like curfew violations, disorderly conduct, one firearm seizure, They also cited 13 parents for contributing to delinquents of a minor as part of ongoing efforts to curb juvenile disorder. No injuries, but uptown residents voiced frustration over repeated disturbances at the park, prompting calls for stronger enforcement amid curfews of people under 24. So we got to take over. We got to take over in Charlotte. We got to take over in Charlotte. Police arrest 24 teens and they arrest parents. This is some of the video of what took place. They got Ludacris in the background, so we can't play the audio. But this is what it looked like in Charlotte over the weekend. These are teenagers. These are teenagers, no parents. So how do you feel in the chat? Let's talk about it right now in the chat. Do you agree that parents should be arrested and that the parents should be held accountable along with the children? Not just the children, but the parents also. Think about everything we've been talking about in the media with the Carmelo Anthony verdict, the young man who was unalived in the Carmelo Anthony situation. We have two 17-year-olds, one unalived, one in jail for 35 years. And this is the status of young people in America. And it's not just one time. This has happened several times in Charlotte. So what is happening is the teenagers are going from neighborhood to neighborhood, and then they're increasing the curfew every neighborhood that they go to. So they have a curfew in one neighborhood. The teenagers take over, beat up people, beat up police, and then they create a curfew. Then they go to another neighborhood, and the teenagers do it again. So the teenagers are basically running Charlotte, an American city. This is what's going on in America right now. I don't know how to frame it otherwise than that they in these democratic liberal cities. So I did the research. I said, what are the mitigating factors? So what you have happening, because I say Charlotte is supposed to be God, country, and football, family, people who go to church, right? What has happened in Charlotte, and what I found in my research and in my data, is that what's happened in Charlotte is that we've had the same thing that's happening in the inner city, where families have broken down, right? Unfortunately. Families have broken down, unfortunately, and then you have people less going to church. With that, you have also, when you say God and football, right? Charlotte, North Carolina, you think about football, right? But what's happened since the 90s, when you have nationally people claim that there's a down tip in violence. So this is the research that I've done. We're going to go back to the video. This is the research that I've done. I want to show you this. I created this graph because I was kind of triggered by what I saw in Charlotte. So what I have here is a graph from the 1980s to the 2020s, right, to where we are now. And what you see is an uptick in violence locally, and at the same time, this purple line here is the national violent crime rate, right? So people would say, well, perfect. The national crime rate has gone down, despite the fact that single-parent homes have increased. See, you see the percentages of two-parent family homes in the blue line. But what is not talked about oftentimes, and what I inputted into the data to create this graph, is East Oakland, East St. Louis, South Chicago, Milwaukee, and Charlotte. And what you see here in this yellow line is the local crime rate. So while, yes, national crime rates have gone down, what we've seen in cities like Charlotte, what we've seen in cities like Memphis, Milwaukee, South Chicago, East St. Louis, East Oakland, is this drastic uptick. Look at this drastic uptick in violence. This is the justification for Trump going to D.C. This is the justification for Trump going to Chattahoochee Crunch when he was in Charlotte with ICE, and why there was such an ICE presence in these cities and in these locations, because we have localized violence upticks in 1,000%. We talked about these upticks of violence. The chief of police stepped down in D.C. After Trump did what he did in D.C., the chief of police stepped down. I wonder, how do you feel about this in the chat? Should Trump deploy troops to Charlotte with the violence that we're seeing in Charlotte, with the graph and the data that I'm putting out today? Should Trump deploy troops to Charlotte? What should be done if if the parents are not watching the children, and the children are running the streets, taking over the streets, what should be the role of right now? What I'm reporting is that over the weekend we had numerous teen takeovers. Look at this. Over hundreds of teens took over violently. Let me read what I did, some more research. Let me read what I put together for you guys, so you can understand what's going on. I put something together so you can understand what's going on as you look at the video right here. Charlotte gone wild. The structural collapse behind the uptown teen takeovers. A swarm on Saturday evening at Rollmore Burden Park. The modern illusion of Sunbelt prosperity fractured. What began as a digitally organized assembly rapidly muted into a teen takeover, drawing over 200 teenagers in the heart of uptown Charlotte. By the midnight, the scene had dissolved into chaos, resulting in 24 arrests, a seized firearm, and 13 parents cited for contributing to delinquency of a minor. To the casual observer, the headline reads like an isolated flashpoint of modern youth rebellion. But look beneath the surface. The incident exposes a far deeper systemic decay. Charlotte, long celebrated as a glistening corporate banking mecca and pristine refuge for families, is quietly battling the same erosion of community fabric, family structures, and institutional anchors that has hollowed out metros across middle America. So you guys are watching the violence here as I'm giving you the details. The statistical gaslighting and national averages versus street realities. The executive leadership of majority metropolitan areas have adopted a familiar defense mechanism against urban disorder. This spreadsheet, according to official data released by Charlotte Police Department, board aggregate metrics suggest a city entirely under control. Public safety reports trumpet massive citywide victories, including an overall 9% decrease in crime. So the local liberals are touting a decrease in crime, but they are unable to contain such outbreaks of violence because this is happening over and over and over again. For business owners in uptown or families living along the city's vulnerable corridors, these aggregate data points feel like institutional gaslighting. The disconnect highlights a growing national trend in urban political messaging using macro-level percentages to mask localized breakdowns. An average cannot measure a breaking point. While the broader city limits register statistically safer on paper, targeted public squares are transforming into highly volatile flashpoints. That's what we're seeing here. Highly volatile flashpoints. We're starting our reporting today with the Charlotte takeover by teens in Charlotte, to where parents are arrested. 24 teens arrested, 13 parents arrested, 200 teens beating police officers, jumping on top of cars, blocking traffic, driving recklessly, and resisting arrest. This has been captured, but like I said, this is after multiple shootings and they shut down the freeway. I believe we have video of them shutting, I think it's Highway 77. I think that was in my research. Highway 77. More video of them taking over. This has to be discussed. I want to know from you in the chat, how do you feel about the response from the leadership in Charlotte of not only arresting teens, but arresting parents? Take a look at what transpired over the weekend in a teen takeover. This is an American city. This is not a third world country. This is all wholesome American pie, down home Southern American city, where teenagers continually take over, break curfews, and cause violence. They're trying to, now the police have arrived. One officer. Another, we got 3 officers and over 100 teenagers. put this in context. Now, as we look at this, and we got to put this in context, we have to understand what's happened in these cities post-pandemic, post-Black Lives Matter, post-defund the police. What I've talked about when we talked about Trump going into these cities like DC, like Chicago, is most of these cities are down in hundreds of officers, and they are having difficulty with the media hiring and training new officers. So when you have over 200 children, these are children. I can say teenagers, we can say teens take over, but what it truly is teenagers, right? We got teenagers, and teenagers are children, over hundreds of them. But what I am concerned about as an adult is that there's only a couple officers, right? There's only a couple officers. What can they do? What can these officers do with, I want these officers to be safe. I back the blue. So this is an unsafe environment for police officers. What needs to happen in a situation like this? I need to hear from you in the chat. I need to hear contextually, now that we have cities in America where we have single parent homes, what I've described in my research is that this is a result of single parent homes, less church involvement, but the community breaking down, because what you typically would have in North Carolina, in Charlotte, is a strong family and football culture. People going to football Sunday morning. What has happened to sports? What has happened to football? Well, in my research, what I found is there has been an uptick in the cost of sports. In my graph, one of the things that I show in my graph is the fact that how much it has cost. The advent of travel ball. Anybody know that? Anybody got kids? Anybody know how much it costs to put a child in sports? So the advent of travel ball. So if I go back to my graph, if you look at the orange line, that's going to say Youth Sports Cost Index. So from 1980 to the 2020s, along with the violence, you see how this is the same as the violence. This is localized violence because the teenagers don't have anything to do, single parent homes, localized violent crime exploding. But what also exploded? How much it costs for a parent. Now, keep in mind, these are single parent homes. How much it costs for you to put your child in sports. This how much it has gone up since the 1980s. It's thousands of percentage points. And you wonder how and why this is happening. And you were like, wait a minute, Charlotte, North Carolina, these kids gonna be getting ready for football tomorrow, right? They going to football, they going to church. No, this is over the weekend. Nobody's getting ready for the football game. Nobody's getting ready for church. Also, look at the to the ratio of police officers. And this is not only the case. We got 1, 2, count them at home, 3, 4 police officers with over several hundred children. We reported a teen take multiple teen takeovers in Charlotte, North Carolina, 24 children arrested, and 13 parents cited for not watching your damn kids. Double tap, hit the like button, and subscribe. Let me know in the chat how you feel about this.
Look at this. Look.
No, dude. I can't even stay in this car.
I don't know if it's going to be a gunshot between the fireworks.
This is wild.
Now look at how unsafe this is. When you hear, it probably was fireworks, but they uncovered a gun. They did recover a gun. So you can say at home, those are fireworks, right? What I want to highlight, how unsafe is this for this officer, right? Hundreds of individuals, you can't search them. You don't know who has a weapon. Is this what American cities look like in 2026? Let's look at this again. And you can analyze this from many different angles. I want to hear from you in the chat. If you want me to read your opinion, put it in the super chat. I'll read your opinion out loud if you put it in the super chat. But other than that, we got to keep flowing. Now, I want to hear from you, and I want to know from you guys. There's a lot of ways to break this down. Where are the parents? Why are the kids so unruly? Why don't the kids have anything to do? What about the laws and the curfews? And what I'm saying to you as a conservative media outlet, what about the safety of the officers and all the defund the police rhetoric? And look at what we've done to the ability of police to actually police. So you can have, think about this, to the ability of police departments to actually police. What do you mean, Perfect? I mean, disperse a crowd. Crowd disbursement, crowd control is fundamental at policing. And if you don't have enough officers, you can't do proper crowd control and proper policing. Let's take a look at the video again. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. We're coming to you live from Charlotte, North Carolina with Teens Take Over.
I wonder if this is how it is every year. It's not the first time being down here. It's been like the last time, man.
So what's going on is we watch a video over the weekend, Teens Take Over Charlotte. But this is not the first takeover. There's multiple events. They took over the freeway. This is not just one time. So Charlotte police and Charlotte authorities have a problem on their hands. This is not just one event. This is multiple events. This is multiple events where Charlotte is dealing with takeovers from these teenagers, and nothing has been done. But now I am reporting that there has been 24 arrested and 13 parents. 24 arrested. So I did more research so to find out how much of this has been going on. And what I found out that there has been multiple events like this. There has been multiple events so let's get into the details. I got a local content creator. I got a local content creator that's going to break down what's been going on in Charlotte locally. We can deep dive, and then we're going to get more into the Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blue. So I got a local influencer. Here who's going to break down what we're watching. And somebody in the chat said, what are we getting into? We're starting in Charlotte, North Carolina, 24 arrested, 13 parents cited during teen takeover at Uptown Charlotte Park. Let's get some details about the video we just watched.
23 teenagers got arrested in Charlotte this weekend. What the heck happened? Okay, obviously you don't watch the news, but Saturday night, over 200 teenagers showed up to Revere Beard Park in Uptown. Officers had to bring in extra resources, 24 total arrests, 23 of them teens. They also seized a gun and cited 13 parents. You're my source of news, bro, but what do you mean they cited parents? All right, fair point, but for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And Charlotte police had just warned this was coming 5 days earlier. They went on camera and said parents could face charges if their kids are caught out after curfew. So this wasn't out of nowhere. Not at all. This has been building all year. It started in February at Birkdale Village. Hundreds of teenagers showed up, jumped on someone's car. Videos went viral, over 1 million views. So what did Birkdale do? Drop the teen curfew to 6 p.m. on weekends and brought in extra cops. Did it work? The kids simply moved spots. Next weekend, videos popped up at Camp North End. One girl literally said on camera, and then Camp North End eventually had to put in a curfew too. So the curfew just keeps chasing the kids around the city. Basically, and get a load of this one, then they took over I-77. Stop it. Dude, I'm being completely serious. And naturally that went viral. It was teens blocking the interstate, lighting fireworks, and someone even set a fire on the highway. That's a whole different level, man. Charlotte police called it exactly that. And here's the thing. They told us warrants can follow you home days or even months later. And now we're at 23 arrested at a park in Uptown. Curfews, warnings, task forces. The question nobody has a clean answer to yet is what actually stops this.
How do we stop this? Excellent breakdown. So we're gonna watch this again. So what he said was they've done this multiple times in multiple locations. So this is the failure of these liberal sanctuary cities and Democrats. Now remember, Trump was already in Chattahoochee Crunch. I've talked about Charlotte's Web. I've talked about Chattahoochee Crunch. Charlotte's Web is the ICE operation where Trump was in Charlotte, because we know about the localized violence and the uptick of violence and the inability of local police to police. So Trump if you pay attention to how ICE has operated over the past 15 months under the Trump administration, we've gone to several locations and we've had different operations. Chattahoochee Crunch was in Louisiana. Charlotte's Web was in Charlotte, North Carolina. So we have known about the uptick in localized violence in Charlotte. We have known about the inability of the police. We know about the sanctuary city policies. We know about all of the nuances that have led to this. And now we have the time bomb ready to explode, where they don't even have enough police to police. Now, pay attention and listen. What I've reported to you is that this is not just one localized event, that this is multiple events, right? This is what we got to understand. This is multiple events. This is multiple events. This is not just one event. So when we look at the video, let's go. When we look at the video, and then we're going to listen to the details. So when I show you the video, these are different events, right? I'm showing you different events. So when we look at the video and then we hear the breakdown, what we need to understand is this has happened multiple times. So right here, you have teenagers attacking a driver in the car, trying to get him out the car to attack him. He gets back in the car when the police arrive. Everybody watching? We got
A gunshot between the fireworks.
a guy in the car right here being attacked. We got somebody there that's trying to drive through the streets. Teenagers have taken over the streets. They're trying to attack people, carjack. I don't know what you want to call it. Carjack, kidnap, rebel rouse. So that I believe there was a fight between a male and a female. I believe so. If we break this down, can we go slow motion? I think we can slow this down. I believe what we're looking at is a fight between a male and a female, and the driver trying to tell the police and break up the fight from the male attacking the female. Let's look. So what we see, that's a woman with red hair fighting a man. Okay, he's pulling her hair. Okay, so now we understand clear that this was moving so fast. This was moving so fast, we didn't even know what was happening. So a lot of people would have said racism. What the white man was doing this and the white man was doing that. But if you slow down the video, like, we shouldn't jump to racism so quickly. So every time, this is just an everyday citizen. It just so happens that these people have different color skin. What we're looking at is a fight between a woman and a male. This is a woman. This is a woman, everybody. Look. Now, they're both children, but this is a female. This is a male, and you see him pulling her hair. Does everybody at home see him pulling her hair? So what we're watching is this is a good Samaritan. A lot of people might just say this is a white guy, but what we're watching is a good Samaritan attempting to stop a man from beating a woman. And then everybody is cheering. We got to break down what's going on with the American culture. Everyone is cheering. There again, just so you be clear, these are the two who were fighting. This is the man. This is the woman with red hair. He pulled her hair. He's still violent. He's still violent. It looks like he has something peek. Maybe he took it off of the woman. He has something peek in his hand. Now, the Good Samaritan gets out of the car to protect the woman. This can't be discerned unless you're doing the type of media that I'm doing today. If you just looked at the video in full speed, you would assume that the white guy was doing something racist. No, what he is doing is being a good Samaritan and attempting to stop this man from beating up this woman with red hair. Did everybody see that in the chat? I want everybody to take a look again because it's hard to see. We're in slow motion. We're in slow motion. White beanie, red wig. White beanie, red wig. Everybody see? White beanie, red wig. This is what we're watching. White beanie. He's pulling the red wig. Everybody see that? And after the altercation, he has something peeking his hand. One more time. White beanie, red wig. You guys are watching with me. Charlotte, North Carolina. Teens take over, give violence. White beanie, red wig. He's pulling the woman down to the ground. He's pulling the woman down to the ground as everyone cheers. I don't know if you understand. That's what we're watching. And then people break it up, and there's multiple women attempting to stop him. He has something pink in his hand. And here is the Good Samaritan getting out of the car to stop the violence. Can you guys believe this? Can you guys, I don't know what you may have seen in other reports. I don't know if they had the ability to slow down the video. I don't know what you may have seen or heard in other reports, but this and the altered violence is still going. The altercation and the violence is still going. The white beanie is still trying to be violent until the police arrive. When the police arrive, they don't even know what's happened. This is because we don't have enough police presence. They don't even arrest this guy. Hopefully, this is one of the people who's been arrested, and not only arrested, they're arrested for hitting a woman. Police walk right by white beanie. Police officers walk right by white beanie, right? And the commotion ensues. Now, the Good Samaritan gets back out the car to tell police officers what happened, and the police officers tell him to get back in the car. This is what you have in liberal cities. So while the Good Samaritan is trying to help everything, and then to cause distraction. So think about what we're watching. Think about what we're watching. So after they cause a distraction, then they throw. So after they do a distraction, then they throw the firecrackers, right? Then they throw the firecrackers. I didn't with the word here.
Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Got something pink to his hand. The police officers don't know what's going on. White beanies now just walking around. So they light off fireworks, but a gun was recovered, and now the white beanie is gone. No charges pressed. And I don't even see a good picture of his face. Did you see a good picture of his face? They light off firecrackers, and the white beanie is gone. The guy with the white hat is gone. The guy with the white hat is gone. They light off the firecrackers, and he's nowhere. I hope he's one of the people who got arrested, but how do we know if he got arrested? Because there's no clear pictures of his face. But they light off firecrackers, distract the 1 to 2, 3 police. What I am concerned about is there's only 3 or 4 police over. We have reports of over 200 teenagers, children. And the guy gets away. This is after a woman has been beaten and a possible gun has been shot. We still don't have proper police presence, and the streets are overran by hundreds. Look.
Ooh, they're going.
This is not crowd control. Are you watching what I'm watching? I'm seeing kids go left to right, right, left. This is not crowd control, but how can you control the crowd with 3 or 4 officers? Did you see the crowd go this way and that way, and then the kids just running around like they're just high off of sugar, and there's no, this is sad, bro. Where is the dogs? Where is the cannons, the water? Where is all of the police measures necessary to do this crowd control and stop the destruction of property? Where is anything that would have stopped this? 3 cops on a bike. What I see, couple police officers on foot and on bike. Let's look. Now look, I see all of the police pushing the crowd this way, right? Seems like they're doing a good job, right? Okay, push the crowd this way. Maybe they have a plan, right?
Come on. Ooh, they're going.
Next thing you know, the crowd goes back this way. Now, if anybody ever watched sheep herding or anybody, I love farming, right? I like Clark's Farm. Have anybody seen when they herd the sheep and when they use the sheep dogs and push the sheep, and sometimes the sheep will double back on you, right? If you don't have coverage, right? So that's why you need more people or more dogs to make sure that the sheep don't double back, right? So you can push the sheep up the pasture. So what I am saying is we don't have enough police. Defund the police, Black Lives Matter. Thank you. Thank you, defund the police. Thank you, Black Lives Matter, because now in cities, in democratic, liberal, sanctuary cities across America, you do have defunded the police. This is not a joke. There was a chant during Black Lives Matter protests, defund the police, defund the police, defund, we all right. AOC talked about white police as she's married to a white man. AOC tells you white policemen are evil, white men are evil, but she's married to a white man. So they tell you that we don't like white men, we don't want white police. She's married to a white man, and then they convince people in democratic cities to vote for defund the police policies, and you have an inability to protect yourselves from unruly children. You cannot. So what happens if these are migrants? What happens if this is not children? What happens if this is a different population? What happens if this is Antifa? What happens if this is violent adults? We've seen this in Newark, New Jersey. We've seen what happens. Police, there are not enough police. There are not enough bodies. In Newark, New Jersey, at the Delaney ICE detention facility, in order to calm down that crowd, because again, they outnumbered ICE agents, Trump had to call in state police. We had to call in state police on horseback in order to get the numbers, because locally, I've shown you the data. I've shown you the graph. Locally, we don't have enough people. We don't have enough police officers after defund the police. This is what you get. People say a lot of times to MAGA, they say a lot of times to conservatives, did you get what you voted for? Did you get what you voted for? This is what you voted for. You voted for Democrats. You voted for sanctuary cities. You voted to defund the police. Now look again. Let's look again as the police have the inability to control this crowd, and it turns violent. And it turns violent. Let's look again. The police have an inability to control this crowd, and it turns violent quickly.
Ooh, they're going. I wonder if this is how it is every year. It's my first time being down here. It's been like the last time now.
They cannot control it. And then what do you see? You don't see an adequate response. I see more bikes. This is 3 officers on bikes. This is a failure. The chief of police needs to answer for this. Anybody that got injured, any children that got any property damage, you need to be, this is what you voted for. You need to elect a new chief of police, because this is an inadequate response. How many people believe the police responded adequately to the threat? To what you see, did the police respond? 3 people on bikes. Was this an adequate response from the Charlotte Police Department to what we are watching? To a woman being beaten, to gunshots, to streets taken over by hundreds of people? Is this an adequate response? And I just want to know, do the police have the ability in these sanctuary cities that have defunded the police to the tune? Now, when I talked about this with East Oakland, When I show my graph, one of the cities I highlight in my graph is East Oakland because I'm from Northern California. So I have family in Chicago, Milwaukee. They call it Killwalkie. Killwalkie is the nickname. South Chicago, East St. Louis. I got family in all these places. So what happened recently in East Oakland after, and this is today when we talk about this is the first time that we've actually talked about what is going on with our youth post-pandemic, right? There is issues. Part of the reason we're seeing this with our teenagers is because they have connection issues post-pandemic. They were on quarantine for 2 years, so they did not get to interact. So they have interaction. They have cabin fever, and none of this mental health issues that plague our youth have been discussed. No, we just going full bore Trump hate with Trump hate. We got our teenagers walking out of high schools. We don't never talk about, well, why are the teenagers so angry? They don't really understand politics. They don't understand why they should hate Trump, but they're walking out of high schools and they're hating Trump. So what you see here is what happened in East Oakland and East St. Louis, and what this uptick of violence, what also took place at the same time is you had defund the police policies, and $14 million was taken from the Oakland police. So after $14 million, so this is how I really learned about how these democratic cities work and how really the fund police policies work. So a lot of people think, okay, police have too much money, take the money away. Taxpayers will save money. That's better for me as a taxpayer. I have no. That's not what happens. The Democrats still take your money. In fact, Zerani Mundani and Spamberger in Virginia, they want more of your money. So the Democrats in Oakland and East St. and keep in mind, all of these cities with these upticks of violence are all Democratic cities. So they're not giving you back the money, taxpayer. When they say defund the police, it's not like it's a benefit to you. No, they kept the money. So in Oakland, they took $14 million from the police, and the Democratic liberal purple hair protesting homosexual loving city council gave the money to things like the USAID, to like homosexual dances and parks and shit like that. And Moraga. You don't know about Moraga and Albany. You don't know about Albany, but there are places in Oakland, just like there are places in Chicago, suburbs of Chicago, where multi-millionaires live. It's not in South Chicago. I'll tell you that right now. No. It's not in East Oakland. When I'm talking about Moraga and Albany, I'm talking about $1 million enclaves, and the Democratic City Council took $14 million from the police and spent it in these affluent areas where your liberal homosexuals live. And then what you had happen in Oakland is an uptick of murders. Just so happens it happened to be 14-year-olds, 16-year-olds. Now, isn't that a coinky ding? Aren't we talking about violence in Charlotte amongst teenagers after the same system of circumstances? So in Oakland, you have an uptick of murder and homicide amongst the teenagers, to the point where the Oakland mayor, a white female liberal, by the way, the Oakland mayor came on television and said, I need help because children are dying in Oakland. But you were behind defund the police policies. And if you're being specific, teenagers are dying in a specific part of Oakland. People are dying in a specific part of Chicago. People are dying in a specific part of St. Louis that are been plagued by liberal policies. So let's just have a real talk about what's going on in these inner city enclaves and the upticks of violence. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Come on, you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. Coming to you live from Charlotte, North Carolina, where teenagers take over. Let's look at this again. I want to start it from the point where let's look at the police officers and their inability to control this crowd. And I'm attributing it to defund the police, liberal sanctuary city policy. So they got money. Think about this. They got money for licenses, right? Charlotte is one of those cities where you can get a license even if you're not a citizen. So These places where we have these upticks of violence, they have money for licenses. They have money for sanctuary city food stamps and homes for immigrants and migrants, but you don't have the money to protect the businesses. You don't have the money to police a crowd. See, the priorities are perverted amongst the liberals and the Democrats. That's why you get violence like this. Let's look at this again. What we see right here, I told you the analogy where you herd sheep, right? You see the police officers attempting their best to do crowd control. You see them on bicycles and on foot, pushing the crowd down away from the center of the city, right? Good idea, police. Great job. Sorry, all the kids run back. Why? They don't have enough coverage. There's not enough officers to adequately do the crowd control, so the crowd comes right back. The crowd comes right back to the violence, to the chaos. Can't even do an investigation on the assault that took place. You can't even do an investigation on the actual shots fired. You can't do anything until you get this calmed down, and they're just running around like they're just running around like ants. This is so odd. This is odd and sad. So now, do you see what I'm seeing? So they could not contain the crowd. They could not, but what you end up happening is you have some lazy, overweight cops down here, and all the crowd has run away. The cops not running. The cops not moving fast enough. So the crowd disperses back to where they came from, and all this is sad. Do y'all see that? Nobody down here now but police. Nobody down here now but police officers. This crowd, look at this white person with their hands in the air. Like, what the hell are the police doing? What the hell are the police doing? The police ain't doing shit, ma'am. The police. So there's a. This is not a crowd of pro. This is the police. This is. Oh my God. They just walking. This is sad. This is a sad. I mean, they need to be. Everybody need to be. Trump need to be. Everybody need to be sitting down, man, getting taught. I know somebody in the chat say, "Oh, blame the parents." Fuck that. You at work. You getting paid. You're supposed to be doing your job as a police officer. This lollygagging, lazily walking around is what leads to property damage and violence and somebody getting hurt. This is not doing the job, brothers and sisters. Come on now. The kids is waiting. This is like keep away. The kids are waiting to see what these lazy police do next, and they're gonna run away.
I wonder if this is how it is every year. It's not first time being down here. It's been like the last time, man.
Sad state of events. Sad state of affairs. Sad. So I'm pointing out a couple things, man. So let me know in the chat, man, what you think, man. Charlotte, North Carolina, man. Police arrest 24 teens and cite 13 parents after they take over. So let's go back to this video and break down some more details of what we're seeing. And this was not, I'm showing you multiple events. So I'm reporting to you about Charlotte, North Carolina, multiple takeovers in multiple counties of Charlotte by teenagers. Let's take a look and listen to the details. I got some details from a local influencer to give us some context to the videos we've seen today.
23 teenagers got arrested in Charlotte this weekend. What the heck happened? Okay, obviously you don't watch the news, but Saturday night, over 200 teenagers showed up to Remare Park in Uptown. Officers had to bring in extra resources, 24 total arrests, 23 of them teens. They also seized a gun and cited 13 parents. You're my source of news, bro, but what do you mean they cited parents? All right, fair point, but for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And Charlotte police had just warned this was coming 5 days earlier. They went on camera and said parents could face charges if their kids are caught out after curfew. So this wasn't out of nowhere. Not at all. This has been building all year. It started in February at Birkdale Village. Hundreds of teenagers showed up, jumped on someone's car. Videos went viral. over 1 million views. So what did Birkdale do? Dropped the teen curfew to 6 p.m. on weekends and brought in extra cops. Did it work? The kids simply moved spots. Next weekend, videos popped up at Camp North End. One girl literally said on camera, and then Camp North End eventually had to put in a curfew too. So the curfew just keeps chasing the kids around the city. Basically, and get a load of this one, then they took over I-77. Stop it. Dude, I'm being completely serious. And naturally that went viral. It was teens blocking the interstate, lighting fireworks, and someone even set a fire on the highway. That's a whole different level, man.
So leading up to the violence that I'm showing you, so you're seeing one of it. You're seeing one of it, right? You're seeing one event, right? I'm showing you one event. We're watching this. We're detailing this event, right? We're watching this together. We're looking at the hundreds of people. We're looking at the inability of the police officers to police this event. But what is going on in the background? As we watch this, it's entertaining, right? But what is really going on in Charlotte, North Carolina? When you listen to the report, in the report that I just played you, what he is saying is this has been building all year. And what I'm reporting to you about 24 people being arrested and 13 parents being arrested, what's important to note is that the reason that they did this is because the police had warned parents. Are we all understood now? The police warned parents that if your children are caught out, that there will be arrest. That's because this has been happening more than once, going back to February, including them shutting down a freeway and starting a fire on the freeway. So over the weekend, police arrest 24 teens and cite 13 parents at the park takeover in Charlotte. But this is not the first event. The reason they arrested 24 teens is they warned teens and parents. This is context I haven't given yet. This is context I have not given yet. The police were aware that this event may happen. So when I show you video and I say to you, they were not ready. They did not have enough officers. They should have been ready. If they could warn parents, if they told children not to be out, why didn't they have proper measures in place to control the crowd? Because they put out a warning and said, if you are here, you will be arrested and your parents will be cited. Charlotte, Mecklenburg police dispersed the unsanctioned gathering, arresting 24 people, including 23 juveniles, on charges like curfew violations, disorderly conduct, and one firearm seizure. So when we hear that what sounds like fireworks, one firearm was recovered during this arrest, during this melee. They also cited 13 parents for contributing to the delinquency of a minor as part of ongoing efforts to curb disorder. These are the contexts being left out. Ongoing efforts. What do you mean ongoing efforts? No injuries occurred, but Uptown residents voiced frustrations, listen, over repeated disturbances at the park. So that is why I bring you these details and break down to you, this is not the first event. This is not the first event. Let's listen. Let's break down this video.
Hang on. Okay.
Let's break down this video.
200 weekend, what the heck happened? Okay, obviously you don't watch the news, but Saturday night, over 200 teenagers showed up to Beard Park in Uptown. Officers had to bring in extra resources, 24 total arrests, 23 of them teens. They also seized a gun and cited 13 parents.
Now, he said officers had to bring in extra. They should have already been prepared because they knew this was happening. It had been happening to the point where they warned parents.
You're my source of news, bro. But what do you mean they cited parents? All right, fair point, but for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. And Charlotte police had just warned this was coming 5 days earlier. They went on camera and said parents could face charges if their kids are caught out after curfew. So
Charlotte police warned parents, right? Charlotte.
No one's talking to her. She wasn't spoken to. So why is she cock blocking? It's only for two reasons. Number one,
Charlotte police warned parents, right? Charlotte police warned parents. but they weren't prepared. How could you say that you warned parents, but you weren't prepared, right? I want to see them say that if you're going to warn parents, right, why weren't you prepared and had the proper police? When in videos we're watching, all we see is people on bikes. That's all we see, people on bikes. Why weren't they actually prepared for what happened? Why weren't they actually prepared? If they could warn parents, why weren't they actually? I'm looking for research. I'm researching it right now as we discuss it.
Enforcing its juvenile curfew. The agency posted this video on social media emphasizing officers will be increasing curfew enforcement. They're also urging parents to know where their children are at night. Under this curfew, children under 13 must be off the streets by 10 p.m. Teens 13 to 15 have until 11 p.m. Earlier this week, officers warned parents could face criminal charges if their children are caught violating this curfew. Now, this comes after last weekend's shooting near Romare Bearden Park that left 2 people hurt. Police tell us a 16-year-old suspect was seen arguing with a group before he ran away and fired shots. Officers also arrested a second suspect. CMPD is reminding folks that it.
So we have a shooting at the same park. We have a shooting at the same park, and we have Charlotte police warning parents. So the week before the video I showed you, they had a shooting where they arrested 2 16-year-olds, and then they had another takeover of 200 people, and all they had was some officers on bicycles. So keep in mind, let's look at this video. I want to look at this video together. Let's look at this video together and let's put in context what we're seeing. Let's put in context. This is after. Think about what you're watching. This is after. This is after a shooting at this same park. This is after police put out a warning. This is what happened.
Who is it?
This is what happened. This is what happened after police put out a warning. Look at this. This guy is in danger. This officer is in danger. What's sad is they knew this was going to happen. I just played to you reports where they put out video warning parents, warning children. They knew this was going to happen, and yet still officers are out there with not having adequate backup and support. Look at this. Look at this. The teenagers are running the street, running amok. Everywhere, they are the ones in control. They are the ones in the majority. That is the part I want to point out to you. Despite police knowing that this would happen again and again, this happened weekend after weekend. They've shut down the freeway. They shot somebody in the same park just last week. And then now this week, you have guns involved. Look at now, 3 police officers, hundreds of kids on foot walking. This is an inadequate response. And that's why the kids just keep moving and running, doing whatever. It's only a couple officers on foot. It's not enough of them, and they need to stick together, because I told you there was reports of officers being beaten. Look, it's kids on the roof. It's kids over here. There's no way those 6 officers are controlling what's going on in these streets. If you are an adult, look at traffic is shut down. Nothing is moving. Nothing is moving. Let's go back to details. Let's go back to details so we can understand what's going on, what we're watching.
I don't know. This has been building all year. It started in February at Birkdale Village. Hundreds of teenagers showed up, jumped on someone's car. Videos went viral, over 1 million views.
So this first started in February. So in my research, when I researched this, I said, so why is this happening, right? Not only how this is happening, right? Because on conservative outlets, it's not just about why this is happening, it's about how this is happening, right? So when I looked and I did my research on why this is happening, what it gave me is that there has been issues after the pandemic, right? There has been issues after the pandemic with the teens that haven't been touched on, right? We haven't been doing anything. Let me get into some of the things I found. The great deinstitutionalization of the South. For generations, the cultural bedrock of middle America rested on three infallible pillars: the family structure, the local church youth group, and affordable community athletics. Over the last 40 years, these pillars have steadily declined. That is the issue that we're dealing with. Over the last 40 years, these pillars have steadily declined. Let me continue with my research. The collapse of the village. Charlotte is a corporate transplant hub. As thousands move to the metro area for logistics, finance, and technology jobs, the multi-generational family structure is severed. Without grandparents, aunts, or lifelong neighbors down the street to provide community accountability, the nuclear family is left entirely isolated. The missing pulpit, even the heart of the Bible Belt, the church has lost its status as a universal anchor. Gallup and Pew Research data show a multi-decade slide in weekly church attendance across the region. The traditional Friday night church youth group, which once provided thousands of local teens with structure and moral guide rails, has vanished, leaving a spiritual and social void. The pricing out of Friday night lights. This is one of the big things I thought about when I saw this in Charlotte on the weekend. I'm thinking about football, I'm thinking about family, I'm thinking about God, I'm thinking about church. That's what I was thinking about when I saw this. I'm like, how is this happening in Charlotte? So let's get into the pricing out of Friday night lights as a contributing factor to why this is happening. Where did the teenagers go? They were priced out. And this is, you can talk about Carmelo Anthony. We can get into a lot that's going on in America with our teens. Now, we looked at the Carmelo incident as if it was an isolated incident and no one wanted to talk about teenagers because we never talked about whether or not Austin Metcalf actually, and the other teenagers actually did line up Carmelo. If it was what I thought it was, where remember when people were doing the bum fights and knocking out bums and recording it and world star. So when it came to Carmelo Anthony, people forgot about American teenagers and how violent they are and how they go and they create these moments to go viral, right? That's what's happening in Charlotte. And everybody left that out of Carmelo Anthony, that these teenagers, and somebody was recording, but then he said he wasn't recording. I think it's highly unlikely that somebody wasn't recording. I think what's happening is that we have a different type of youth post-pandemic, post-social media, post-churches, post-sports, post-single-parent homes. And this is the result, that kids want to go viral and there's nothing to stop them from these act-out behaviors, right? And that's what I'm showing you today. The pricing out of Friday Night Lights. Where did the teenagers go? They were priced out. The historic model of low-cost, neighborhood-based recreation leagues have been systemically replaced by a commercialized multi-billion-dollar travel ball. Anybody got a kid in travel ball? Anybody got kids across generations that understand how much it has increased? We're talking about the teenage takeover in Charlotte, North Carolina, and contributing factors. So we're talking about the historic model of low-cost neighborhood-based recreational leagues has been systemically replaced by the commercialized multi-billion-dollar travel ball industry. For working-class families working grueling hours to survive a skyrocketing Sunbelt cost of living, the financial barrier to organized sports is insurmountable. So when you talk about the affordability crisis, right? And this is post-pandemic, this is post-quarantine, this is post-Joe Biden. Joe Biden oversaw the pandemic logic. When we talk about Minnesota, when we talk about the Minnesota, the $19 billion fraud, the Ilhan Omar $30 billion fraud, we're talking about pandemic economy and Joe Biden's economy. We're talking about hyperinflation, right? Inflation higher than when we invaded Iran. That never gets talked about. Until recently, my buddy Scott Bassett and Trump had to remind the liberals, the liberal press, that inflation was 9% under Biden, that inflation was higher under Biden, but there was no Iran conflict. Not only, if we put it in proper context, not only was there no Iran invasion, there was no Venezuelan invasion. There was no Cuban embargo. So put it in proper context, that inflation was higher despite us going into Venezuela, despite us putting on the Cuban embargo, despite us invading Iran. Double tap at the like button. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. So let's talk about the pricing out of Friday Night Lights as a contributing factor to why we see the violence and unruly behavior of children in Charlotte, North Carolina, or teenagers, however you want to say it. So multi-billion-dollar travel ball industry has put playing football and Friday Night Lights out of reach. So if you have an affordability crisis and people can't afford like gas, bro, when I get into the Trump deal and economic wins, how much did you pay for gas this week? How much did you pay in your state? Put it in the chat right now. Gas has gone down to $78 a barrel with the announcement of the Iran deal, and it will continue to fall, and American GDP is doing better. You know, it's funny because the Trump TDS, they wanted American GDP to fail. They wanted this Iran thing to go bad for America so they could say Trump lost, Trump was wrong. But the truth is, Trump was right. Trump was right. Trump was right. We have OPEC now forever. Like, there's brand new paradigms, bro. As we get into this shit, as we get into today, Khanna going at Elon Musk and Doge, as we get into this shit, as we get into Doge, as we get into USAID, as we get into the Department of War, what we have is real wins on the side of conservative. What we have is real wins on the side of MAGA. Double tap at the like button. And so people don't want to be honest about how this affordability crisis, thanks to Biden, thanks to inflation from the Democrats, we can get into quantitative easing, how Obama prioritized the technocrats, how Obama and Biden gave the Democratic Party to the technocrats, prioritized people like Nancy Pelosi, who's worth $400 million. You know, Nancy Pelosi is stepping down thanks to people like me. Nancy Pelosi is stepping down. She should be stepping down because she's a steward of a city like this. You know what I'm saying? Ilhan Omar should be stepping down. Nancy Pelosi should step down. Tim Walz should step down. Jacob Fry should step down. Ilhan Omar should be arrested, and Maxine Waters should step down. How did Pelosi beat the S&P 500? Why is Pelosi worth $400 million? So she's not running again. Tim Walz not running again, but we don't get the $19 billion back, Tim Walz. We don't get the $400 million back, Nancy Pelosi. So while you talk about affordability crisis and kings and queens, you have Democratic royalty worth hundreds of millions of dollars, leading to $19 billion fraud. Dr. Oz just said 80% of the Medicare fraud comes from California. And wouldn't you know it, the fourth largest economy in the globe, and Gavin Newsom, and who else is from California? Nancy Pelosi, $400 million. $400 million. But I tell you, I did the research. When Nancy Pelosi became a politician in the 80s, she was worth less than $1 million, and it was all in her home, because homes in San Francisco are worth quite a bit of money. So she had a multi-million-dollar home when she became a politician in the 80s, but she was not worth the $400 million that she's worth now. Ilhan Omar, when she married her brother, remember, I married my brother. I married my brother just like you. I always wanted to marry my brother. Always wanted to marry my brother. Always wanted to marry my brother just like you. When Ilhan Omar was married to her brother, she was worth about $60,000, the salary that she got. But when she got married to the white man recently, now keep in mind, Ilhan Omar has been married 3 times. Despite her being this devout Muslim, Islamic, al-Shabaab jihadist, you know what I'm saying, in our Congress, she's been married multiple times. That's not a good Muslim woman. That's not a good Muslim woman. But be that as it may, one of the people she married was her brother. But now that she's married to a white man, she's worth $30 million. But Americans can't afford to put their children in sports anymore. So children run the streets. Ilhan Omar has the money. Maxine Waters has the money. Nancy Pelosi, Shifty Schiff has the money. Ayanna Pressley has the money. AOC, who's married to a white man, has the money. All these people, Jasmine Crockett has $1 million background, but not you. No, not you. So these kids are taking over. So let's get back to the proof. So these kids started in February. And what I'm saying in my research is that because of what transpired, the digital architecture of unsupervised generation. Listen to this, you guys. The digital architecture of an unsupervised generation. And I argue today there's an inability, or maybe there's a not even the desire to supervise these guys. Because number one, if you just see police just walking around and you knew this was going to happen, this is a poor reaction. Listen to this, what I wrote, you guys. The digital architecture of an unsupervised generation. When you strip away stable multi-generational families, close the doors of community centers, and make youth sports an expensive luxury, you create a massive social vacuum. Today's youth culture has filled the vacuum entirely with digital architecture. Unregulated algorithms on TikTok, Instagram, and group chats act as hyper-efficient force multipliers. Now, when we talk about these group chats, now you remember Charlie Kirk. Rest in peace to my brother Charlie Kirk. What was true about Charlie Kirk? That a lot was said about the assassination on Discord. Today, there was a video about Renee Good and what happened with Renee Good and ICE in Minnesota. And what I argued that Alex Pretty received a back channel Discord message that said, "Come to Glam Donuts now." I said Renee Good received a similar message. So when we talk about these Discords, a lot of the violence on the left, generates from these back channel Discords. And it's actually something that I think Cash Patel and the FBI should look into, right? So when we talk about these back channel Discords, this is not a joke, because this is where a lot of the violence is being conceived and discussed, going back to Charlie Kirk, going back to when the ICE agents were shot at in Dallas, right? This is where a lot of this stuff comes from. It's from these Discord back channel messages. How many people agree with that? How many people agree with that? Double tap, hit the like button. How many people agree with that? I had something, damn it. I had something. Oh man. I hate when that happens, man. I had a good video I wanted to show you guys. They was discussing that on X, and the dude had to admit that Renee Good actually had ran over, and he said she bumped the ICE agent. And I can't find that. I can't find it. Damn it. I'll keep going. No, I'll keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get back. So what I was reading, you guys, was the deep truth. Scenes unfolding at Romeo Burden Park are not random acts of spontaneous lawlessness. They are the visible downstream symptoms of a deeper cultural bankruptcy. Let's take a look and let's listen again.
So what did Burkdale do? Drop the teen curfew to 6 p.m. on weekends and brought in extra cops. Did it work? The kids simply moved spots. Next weekend, videos popped up at Camp North End. One girl literally said on camera. And then Camp North End eventually had to put in a curfew too. So the curfew just keeps chasing the kids around the city.
So they've been multiple locations. That's why the police were able to warn parents, but the police still have an inability to stop these takeovers. This is the part I want to focus on today. Not the takeovers, not the violence, not the arrests, but there's been several takeovers going back to February. We see them in Oakland. We see them in Chicago, where they shut down street corners, they do donuts, and the police have an inability to stop the takeovers. I want to focus on the inability of American cities to actually police the city and how safe are you in these democratic cities. That is the focus I want you to focus on.
Basically, and get a load of this one. Then they took over I-77. Stop it. Dude, I'm being completely serious. And naturally that went viral. It was teens blocking the interstate, lighting fireworks, and someone even set a fire on the highway.
So this is a freeway. This is not this weekend. This is so important that you understand the context that I'm giving you. Over the weekend, 24 people were arrested because the teenagers did it again. 200 people took over the same park where someone was shot last weekend. But this is not. They also took over the freeway. It started a fire on the freeway. So when I tell you, and I correlate this to Oakland, in Chicago, in East St. Louis, where they shut down intersections and do donuts, and the police are unable to stop the donuts and the takeover. How many of you are familiar with the takeovers where they shut down the intersection and do donuts and spin the cars around? And how many of you have looked at these videos and said, where are the police? Why haven't the police stopped this? Here it is again in Charlotte. It's not just this weekend. What we have in Charlotte is a buildup. And we have nothing being done by the liberals. Nothing being done. I don't hear the mayor. I don't hear the chief of what is important to know about this context is why did it get this far and what's being done with my taxpayer dollars? If there is a city, if there is a chief of police, if there is a mayor, what the hell are they doing, ladies and gentlemen? Put that in the chat right now. What the hell are they doing?
Even set a fire on the highway. That's a whole different level, man. Charlotte police called it exactly that. And here's the thing. They told us warrants can follow you home days or even months later. And now we're at 23 arrested at a park in Uptown. Curfews, warnings, task forces. The question nobody has a clean answer to yet is what actually stops this.
What stops it and what causes it? That's what we're discussing today. Not only what stops it, but what are the nuances and the mitigating factors behind why this keeps happening. Double tap at the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, the only person doing a deep dive on
what is going on. We are in Uptown specifically
in our American cities with a takeover in Charlotte, Double tap at the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast coming back with the blast. Everybody in the building, double tap at the like button, like, share, subscribe. Put your comment in the super chat if you want me to read it.
Specifically at Bearden Park, where another teen takeover took place here over the weekend. The latest one happened on Saturday night, where a community member that lives around this area tells me that there were hundreds of teens that gathered at this park. Now, as you take a look right now, you can see very calm, very quiet, but you do see that police tower that CMPD did put in here not too long ago. Now, following up on that weekend, we know that CMPD, they made over 20 arrests, with most of those being juveniles. And we also know that more than a dozen parents were also given adult citations, and even one firearm was seized. Now, this was all in part of CMPD's effort to really trying to crack down on these takeovers. They're really emphasizing those teen curfews and also stressing the importance of letting community members know that it is not just the teenagers that could face those consequences. Parents could face those as well.
24 arrested. Double tap at the like button. Teens take over. 24 arrested. Giving you the details. Charlotte, North Carolina. Teens take over. Violence. I think they reported police were injured. It's very sad. Teens flood the streets just days after CMPD threatens to arrest and parents get cited.
Y'all need to get y'all kids in the house. So this is why I don't even want to go nowhere tonight. Because why is it this many goddamn children out here? And why is they acting a fool? Y'all need to get y'all kids in the house. So this is why I don't even want to go nowhere tonight. Because why is it this many goddamn children out here? And why is they acting a fool? Y'all need to get y'all kids in.
Children under 13 must be off the streets by 10 p.m. I would hope so. I would hope so. You know what I'm saying? That's a little late. My 13-year-old is not going to be outside at 10 p.m. Can anybody put a word in the chat? My 13-year-old is not going to be outside at 1 p.m., at 10 p.m., right? Straight up. That's a little late. Maybe that's the problem. The liberals are too liberal with the laws, man. My 13-year-old is no reason for no 13-year-old to be outside at 10 o'clock at night because you can't work, right? I think you got to be at least 14 years old to have a work permit in some states. So 13 years old, there's no reason for you to be outside past 8 p.m. without a parent, right? If it's 10 p.m. and you're 13 years old and you outside, I want you to be stopped. Straight up. If it's after 8 p.m. and you're 13 years old and you're walking the streets, I want you to be stopped by a police officer, and I want them to check your ID, find out why you're not at home, and call your parents. There's no way in here on 13, but this is the liberals. You read it on screen. This is the liberal. If you're wondering, how did we get here? Why is it like this? This doesn't make sense. Well, the liberals have said that a 13-year-old could be outside by themselves without a parent until 10 p.m. In cities that suffer from defund the police rhetoric, who have short-staffed police. Let me look this up. Let me see. I looked it up. Did Charlotte suffer from defund the police? Have they lost police since pandemic? Double tap at the like button. Charlotte did not defund the police in traditional sense, but Charlotte Police Department has been experiencing severe staffing shortages since the pandemic. We don't talk about this. Budgetary changes. Despite the defund movement, Charlotte did not cut its overall police budget. Instead, the city council has consistently increased funding for the CMPD. The city council has focused on recruitment incentives and historically pay raises, most recently approving matching 10% raises to both police and firefighters to improve retention. Staffing shortages. While the budget has grown, CMPD has struggled significantly with the loss of police presence due to a wave of resignations, retirements, and difficulty in recruiting. This is across the board because of anti-police rhetoric after BLM riots. After BLM riots in democratic cities across America, if you do your research, you will find the same thing to be true. Okay? So the deficit, let's get into the deficit. The department has operated with hundreds of unfilled officer positions, often functioning nearly 200 to 300 officers short of its ideal target. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. And the only way you're gonna get some real research and understand what's happening is if you watch and subscribe to Perfect Timing Podcast. Shut the front door. Shut the front door, ladies and gentlemen. We just uncovered this. I said this. This is why Trump went to Charlotte. This is why Trump went to D.C. This is why Trump went to all of the cities that he went to in 2025, because after the pandemic, the police departments are depleted. Not only are they depleted, they're unable to recruit. They having severe recruiting issues in Oakland, in Chicago, in D.C., and also in Charlotte. I just read to you. Let me show this to you so y'all can read it with me. I like doing the wonky stuff here, and a lot of people don't do the wonky stuff on their channel, but I like to give you the wonk in the research. So let's get into it. Here it is, the deficit. Budgetary changes. Despite the fund movement, Charlotte did not cut its overall police budget. Instead, the city council has increased. So like in Northern California, you have a lot of cities like Fremont. I mean, some of these cities, and even in Portland, I've heard about cities paying millions of dollars to become a police officer with life insurance and benefits. It's like $1 million, $2 million in some cities to become a police officer. Charlotte is not the only city to continually up pay raises and give incentives for people who join the police department and retain and stay. So staffing shortages, while the budget has grown, they have struggled with a loss of police presence due to a wave of resignations, retirement, and difficulty in recruiting. The deficit, the department The department has operated with hundreds of unfilled officer positions, often functioning nearly 200 to 300 officers short of its ideal target. Now, remember what I've been saying this morning. This afternoon, as we've been looking at this video, what have I said? I said, where are the police officers? I said, if the police knew this was going to happen, why are there only 2 or 3 police officers on bicycles? Where is the equipment? Where is the officers? Now we see. Now we see. And thank goodness that you're watching the right channel on YouTube so you can understand what's going on in Charlotte. They are short 300 officers. Now it makes sense. If you're one, and you know, it makes me think about, check this out, y'all. Let's get into this shit. You know what this makes me think about? It makes me think about big balls. Who remembers big balls? Who remembers big balls? Because we're gonna talk about Doge today. We're gonna talk about Doge because Elon Musk is in the news because Khanna is whining like a bitch, right? Khanna is whining about Doge and USAID. So we're gonna talk about Doge because what happened with big balls? Big Balls was walking home in DC, right? And Big Balls was attacked at 2 in the morning. What is so similar to Charlotte and DC? Not only location-wise that they're similar, but the attack on Big Balls, the Doge employee, was by 3 teenagers at 2 o'clock in the morning. I actually know the details because I do a great job on my podcast. Big Balls was attacked by 3 black teenagers, 2 black males and 1 black female, 14, 15, and 16 years old. Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? The black liberal judge let them all go free. So Big Balls was walking home with his female friend at 2 o'clock in the morning in the Capitol Mall after leaving a party. He notices a group of people on the corner at 2 o'clock in the morning. He knows that they're about to attack him. He quickly gets the girl in the car because he doesn't want the girl attacked. He is immediately hit from behind. Big Ball says, all he knows is I can't fall to the ground. He tells reporters that if I fall to the ground, I'm probably going to die. Right? This is what Big Ball says. He reports a carjacking and attempted murder. That's what I remember. That at 2 o'clock in the morning, a young man and a young woman was almost carjacked and murdered in Washington, D.C. That's what I remember. The 3 individuals arrested were 15 and 14, 2 men and a woman under the age of 18. The liberal judge said they deserve to go back to school. So my question always was, do you want your children going to school with people who hang out at 2 o'clock in the morning and carjack and attempt murder? So you have 15-year-olds, and then you have Trump going into D.C. and cleaning up D.C. What I learned when I did my research on the Big Balls case is why were there 20 15-year-olds out at 2 o'clock in the morning at the Capitol Mall in D.C.? What I learned was the same thing in Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, North Carolina is down 200 to 300 officers. The D.C. police is also down 200 to 300 officers post-pandemic. So they don't have enough police to police the Capitol Mall. So teenagers roam Washington, D.C., Capitol Mall at 2 a.m. 15-year-olds who should be at home. So I agree that parents should be sanctioned because Big Balls got attacked by 14 and 15-year-olds. This is never talked about. I'm bringing it up now because it's relevant because in Charlotte, North Carolina, it's the same thing. You have not enough police officers. You have single-parent homes, and so you have teenagers roaming the streets at 2 a.m. And you would not have teenagers roaming the streets at 2 a.m. if you had a proper police presence. But what I just reported to you is that they can't keep officers. No matter how much money they offer, they are down 300 and people keep quitting. This is not just Charlotte. This is all blue cities. They can't keep police. So that is why we have so many children running the streets without proper policing. It's because they are down 200 to 300 officers. And I'm the first one to impact. Staffing crisis has led to notable slower 911 response times, delays for residents and local businesses. On platforms like Reddit, local users have expressed mixed opinions regarding the shortage. Some attribute it directly to officer burnout and slow response times, while others point out that Charlotte's per capita officer ratio remains higher than the national average and suggests that the issue stems more from inefficient allocation of existing resources and lack of judicial social infrastructure. So the Dems and the liberals say there are enough police in Charlotte. Is that laughable? As we watch this video, I just love that last part, that the Dems and the liberals say, well, it's not the police. We have enough police, even though you see the teenagers are the ones in control. The Democrats and liberals say we have enough police, crime is down, there's nothing to see here. Are you guys watching? Are you listening? The Democrats and liberals are saying that the ratios are higher than the national average. That's not good if you're down 300 officers and you have a retention problem and you can't do adequate crowd control. Remember the other video that we saw where they tried to do crowd control and then the kids double back and they could not contain the crowd? This is the other video where we highlighted the inability of police who are on foot and bicycle. Bicycle. Now, we broke this video down. When we broke this video down, we said this was a guy fighting a girl. The police come over, but they don't know that this guy in the white hat has just beat up a woman. They don't know that. They don't know that. But then he gets away. If someone lets off a gun, sounds like fireworks, but the guy with the white hat gets away from the police. The police never find out that he beat up a woman. Someone lets off a gun, fireworks, so the guy who just beat up a woman gets away. But pay attention. I want to show you something. How many police do you count? We're doing a story on 300 shortage and why this is happening, why it happened to big balls in DC, why Trump deployed the National Guard, why it happened in Charlotte. They're down 300 officers. Now, I want you to look at the over 200 teens who are unruly, breaking the law, and how many police officers did they respond with? Keep in context that they knew this was going to happen. They warned parents because this has happened every weekend since February. So what I want you to see here, and I'll slow it down in slow motion, what I want you to see here is the police officers are pushing the crowd down away from the main city. Around that's a major hub, right? If you see, this is a major intersection, right? And it makes sense. You got businesses, what's that, Johnny Rockets? You have the police getting them away from the businesses and the major intersection. Makes sense, right? How many officers we got? We got 1, 2. Now you see it transitions. The officers are pushing the crowd away from the city center, right? Pushing the crowd. You see him physically moving the crowd, right? 1, 2 officers. But what happens? Look what happens. They don't have enough officers to control the crowd, and they come back just like sheep. And everybody in the chat said this is all black teenagers. If you take a look, this is mixed race. These are children of all races. These are children of all races. This is not just one. This is a melting pot. Charlotte is like Austin. It's like Sacramento. It's 50% white, 50% black. This is a melting pot of America. So this is not all one, but this is an American city. But what I am highlighting is the inability of the police, because what we highlighted today on the lack of numbers to do crowd control. You got 2, 3 officers. Now here it is again. The police are attempting to push the children away from the city center. How many officers do you count? 1, 2, 3 on the bike, 4, 5 officers, over 200 children. And they can't contain the crowd. The crowd revolts back to the city center. And you see the white girls right there. You see the white girls right there. You see all that white skin and light skin. There's children of all races in the crowd. You got to slow it down, right? I know America is browning for all the people in the chat. America, you know, this year is the first year that America is less than 60% white. So America will continue to look more brown. you know, it will look less white. They say 2045, America will be a majority minority country. My son, who is 9 years old, he's already in the majority. For 9-year-olds, there are already a majority of minorities. There are more, for the 9-year-olds, there are more minorities than there are whites. It will never go back. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just messing with you, man. I don't want you to get triggered, man. It will never go back, though. It will never go back. Straight up, it will never go back. So that's what we started today. We started today in Charlotte. So what I was reading before I went on that segue is that the liberals say 13-year-olds can be outside till 10 p.m. Teens 13 to 15 have until 11 p.m. So if you're 12, wow. I guess I didn't read that right. Why y'all don't never tease me on the right stuff, man? Y'all know I'm dyslexic, man. Y'all know I'm dyslexic and partially illiterate, man. It'd be good stuff to tease me on. Y'all be missing the good opportunities, man. Y'all could have got me on this one, man. So let's read it properly, literally, and understand it properly. What it's actually saying is individuals who are 12 years old are allowed legally to be on the streets till 10 p.m. in Charlotte. Who's surprised? Who is surprised by what happened this weekend? If this is the law, if this is how the Democrats are going to regulate the city, I'm not surprised. So it says if you're 12 years old, you can be outside to 10 p.m. unsupervised. I don't know why in the summertime you need 12-year-olds outside till 10. Then let me correct my statement. I said 13. Then it corrected me and it says if you're 13 to 15, and why do you have these delineations? It makes it impossible for police to police it, because if I'm a police officer, how the front door do I know if a person's 13, 14, or 15, and why do I care? Get them all off the street. Get them all off the street. I'm not their parent. I'm supposed to figure out who's 13, who's 14, who's 15 in a group of 10 kids like they're going to be honest. That's impossible for a police officer to do. But that's what they created. They created an impossible task. Look what it says. It says 13 must be off the streets by 10 p.m. But then it reiterates 13 to 15 have until 11 p.m. That means a 12-year-old can be out till 10, which is unacceptable, right? And a 13-year-old can be out till 11, right? And then it says parents could face criminal charges. Does that mean after 15, you don't have a curfew? Does this mean anyone older than 15 doesn't have a curfew? That means that explains why Big Balls was attacked by two 15-year-olds at 2 a.m. in the D.C. Capitol Mall. And people said Washington, D.C. was very dangerous before Trump cleaned it up. They said Washington, D.C. was very dangerous before Trump cleaned it up. So now it kind of makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense. Oh, here is the video about Renee Good. Here is the video I was talking about with Renee Good. I found it. Oh, God is good. Double tap at the like button. Oh, man, the podcast God smile upon thee. Mwah, mwah. The podcast God's smile upon thee. Mwah, mwah. Yes, I found the Renee Good footage. Yes, I found the Renee Good footage. The Renee Good debate. Yes, it's just a brief back and forth, but it feels so good for MAGA. Feels so good. It feels so good to be vindicated. Because when we talk about, recently this came up again, right? These tactics that were used in Minnesota, it came up again recently in Delaney, in Newark, New Jersey. When we found out and the violence reared its ugly head again, we're finally learning that these are trained tactics, that Renee Good and Alex Pretty were trained to respond the way they responded, that Renee Good actually hit the ICE officer, and that was her training. She was perpendicularly blocking the street purposely. She got there early because Discord back channel conversations that we talked about today, we talked about this Discord stuff. I don't have a Discord because I don't like all of the violence that's generated in these back chats, these chat rooms, these group chats. All the violence, Charlie Kirk, the Dallas shooting, when Trump was shot, it's all on Discord. It's all on back chats. All of it. So I don't need to be on Discord if all you guys are doing on Discord is violent liberal acts. I'm on the front of YouTube. Everything I say and believe is right here. You won't find me on Discord saying any violent rhetoric, trying to gin up violence. That's not what I do. That's not what the Republicans do. But you're going to find a lot of liberal Democrats on Discord, on group chats, up to some nefarious shit. Every assassination, there's a Discord. Charlie Kirk, Tommy, the Butler assassination attempt, everything, the White House Correspondents' Dinner, everything is on Discord. Everything is on these back channel group chats. Everything. So let me go. I'm just exposing Renee Good and the ICE protocol and how she was radicalized at elementary school. She was trained. She was told to go to that position because they had been writing down license plates. You guys understand? Renee Good and Alex Pretty were told to go to those locations because the ICE out vigilantes were writing down the license plates of federal officers, and then they could understand where they were staging. Renee Good got an alert because they had wrote down license plates to go there to stop them from staging. Anderson Cooper said she was trying to turn around every liberal who wanted to ignore the training of the ICE out vigilantes. And this was dangerous. Anderson Cooper and all you liberals are dangerous because you ignored the truth and reality of Renee Good, that she was trained to do what she was doing. She purposely parked her car perpendicular. That was her training, to block the ICE staging. She got there early because they wrote down license plates. She went perpendicular to stop agents from getting to the place they wanted to go to arrest the immigrant. That was all by design. So when liberals told you Renee Good was just turning around, Renee Good was just a innocent by, she was just, Renee Good, no, hell no. She was a vigilante. She purposely went perpendicular. She was purposely blocking federal agents, and she hit a federal agent. These are all indisputable facts, factoids, factoids, factoids. That's what we doing. That's what we doing. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go to the debate. It's only a few seconds. It's only a few seconds, but it feels so good. It feels so good, man, for the conservatives, man. It's only a few seconds, but conservatives, this is serving up for you. MAGA red meat. I love you, MAGA. Here goes some MAGA red meat.
You just said, Harry, that Renee...
I got some MAGA red meat for you. We can watch it in slow-mo, because we won't take it slow. We want it to feel good. Feel so good, man. I got some MAGA red meat for my conservative. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Double tap at the like button. Red meat, red meat.
You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered by an ICE officer.
Yeah.
Do you not think that being hit by an SUV is a justification for using deadly force?
If you're looking at the footage frame by frame, and I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this, can you be quiet? Oh my God.
How did I get?
Okay.
How did I get walked?
Well, I'm up here. You're over there. I'm meant to be talking.
Harry, here's the question: Did Renee Good hit the officer with her SUV?
Wait. If you look at the frame by frame,
question. You don't need a paragraph.
Michael, this is a more nuanced.
Yes or no?
Michael,
it's not nuanced.
you would agree that this is a more nuanced issue.
I would not agree with that. Did this woman hit the officer with her SUV?
Her
Yes
SUV
or no?
bumped the officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with a
Wait,
3,000 pound
Michael,
SUV.
if I tapped you on the shoulder right now, can you shoot me in the face?
If you tapped me with your SUV, I probably would. Yes.
You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered.
Yes! Yes! Woo! Mega Tuesday. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna come back. Y'all must have forgot, man. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna come. Y'all missed me yesterday. Who missed me yesterday? Put a 1 in the chat if you missed Perfect Timing yesterday, man. Perfect, we miss you. Hey, Perfect, we miss you. Perfect, we miss you. Perfect Timing Podcast. Yay! Yay! MAGA red meat. That's what I do. I love you. I give you what you need. I'm feeding my fans. I'm feeding my family the MAGA red meat. Yeah. MAGA red meat. How many of y'all love it? Let's listen to it one more time. One more time. So she bumped the if you bump me, he said, if I bump you, do you have a right to kill me? He said, if you bump me with your SUV, I probably would. A 3,000 pound. It was a Pathfinder, young man. It was a Nissan Pathfinder. You know what I'm saying? Not the little SUV, the big one. How much is the 40 ounce? Which one? The big one. How much is the 40 ounce? Which one? The big one. The big one.
You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered by an ICE officer.
Yeah.
Do you not think that being hit by an SUV is a justification for using deadly force?
If you're looking at the footage frame by frame, and I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this, can you be quiet? Oh my God.
How did I get walked?
Well, I'm up here. You're over there. I'm meant to be talking.
Harry, here's a question. Did Renee Good hit the officer with her SUV?
Wait. If you look at the frame by frame,
question. You don't need a paragraph.
Michael. This is a more nuanced.
Yes or no?
Michael, you would agree that this is a more nuanced issue.
I would not agree with that. Did this woman hit the officer with her SUV?
Her
yes
SUV
or no?
bumped the officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with a 3,000 pound SUV.
She bumped him. That is priceless, man. You know how long MAGA been having this debate with liberals? I love this. This is just a MAGA victory. I know it ain't Wednesday, but you know, it's all we do is win Tuesday, MAGA Tuesday. I'm just excited, man. She bumped him with a Pathfinder. This is the analogy. This is women. These are men who think like women. Now, a woman might say something like that, right? This is what you expect a woman to say when your wife brings home the SUV and there's a dent, there's a fender bender. Your wife says, "I'm sorry, honey, I bumped into a wall." Bitch, the whole back end is destroyed, bitch. You didn't bump into shit. So that's what a woman would say. "Honey, I bumped into a wall. I'm sorry. We need to get the car fixed." You didn't bump into a wall. You wrecked the car, lady. So when he says she bumped into an officer, that's very feminine logic, young man. What happened is the car hit and he went to the hospital for internal bleeding and had to be readmitted to the hospital. So now there's no more debate, because a lot of people were debating MAGA on whether or not the ICE officer ever had to be admitted to the hospital. We told you he had to be admitted to the hospital multiple times for internal bleeding. That's what we taught you. Hey, baby. Yeah, I just went live though. You know, I went live late.
Okay, what kind of tacos did you want? Do I have to go to the store, or what we doing?
I took out some chicken. I need you to I need you to debone the chicken and season it with some cumin and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Everything else, right?
Yeah. Oh man, shit. Nothing. My audio went out. Hello. Hello. Oh, that's better.
When you make that problem, mess up your life.
All right. So yeah, I got the chicken thighs brining in the kitchen. I need you to debone them and season them with some cumin and some paprika and some brown sugar, and then I'll put them on the grill.
Okay, cool.
And then we can make whatever size to go with that. We have some Taco Tuesdays. All right, love you. Bye. Taco Tuesday. One more time, man. Let's run that back, man. Let's run that back, man. Renee Good bumped the federal officer. So, you know, I just love being vindicated. It's red meat for MAGA. More red meat for MAGA.
You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered by an ICE officer.
Yeah.
Do you not think that being hit by an SUV is a justification for using deadly
If
force?
you're looking at the footage frame by frame, and I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this, can you be quiet? Oh my God.
How did I get walked?
Well, I'm up here. You're over there. I'm meant to be talking.
Harry, here's the question. Did Renee Good hit the officer with her SUV?
Wait. If you look at the frame by frame,
question. You don't need a paragraph.
Michael, this is a more nuanced.
Yes or no?
Michael, you would agree that this is a more nuanced issue.
I would not agree with that. Did this woman hit the officer with her SUV?
Her
yes
SUV
or no?
bumped the officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with a 3,000-pound SUV.
Michael,
that
if I tap you,
justifies deadly force.
If I tap you on the shoulder right now, can you shoot me in the face?
If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would. Yeah. You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered. By.
If you tap me with your SUV, I'll probably listen.
Bumped him with a 3,000
officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with a 3,000-pound SUV.
Michael,
that
if I tap you,
justifies deadly force.
If I tapped you on the shoulder right now, can you shoot me in the face?
If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would.
How many people agree with that logic? If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would. The ICE officer was justified. The ICE officer was justified. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. This was a great video. This is a great video. This is a great video. Great video.
You just said, Harry, that Renee Good was murdered by an ICE officer.
Yeah.
Do you not think that being hit by an SUV is a justification for using deadly force?
If you're looking at the footage frame by frame, and I saw you get walked by Adam Mockler on this, can you be quiet? Oh my God.
How did I get walked?
Well, I'm up here. You're over there. I'm meant to be talking.
Harry, here's the question. Did Renee Good hit the officer with her SUV?
Wait. If you look at the frame by frame,
question. You don't need a paragraph.
Michael, this is a more nuanced.
Yes or no?
Michael, you would agree that this is a more nuanced issue.
I would not agree with that. Did this woman hit the officer with her SUV?
Her
yes
SUV
or no?
bumped the officer, which still does not justify.
Bumped him with a 3,000-pound SUV.
Michael,
that
if I tapped you,
deadly force.
If I tapped you on the shoulder right now, can you shoot me in the face?
If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would. Yeah. You just said, Harry.
If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would, right? If you tap me with your SUV, I probably would, man. Hey, man, that was a great video, man. Ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, baby. Just go back home, everybody. Ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Ice, baby. Huh? Too cold, it's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Just go back home. Just go back home. Y'all like my ice song? Y'all like my ice song? Did y'all vote? Make sure y'all get y'all votes in the poll, man. Make sure y'all get y'all votes in the poll, man. Did Trump win in Iran? Y'all ready to go to Iran? We got a lot to talk about today. We started off in Charlotte, North Carolina. We just went to Minnesota with Renee Good giving up that MAGA red meat. Let's keep going with the ICE. Let's keep going with the illegal. I am not an illegal alien and Delante. Let's keep going with the illegals. Let's keep going. Ice, baby. Double tap at the like button, man. Let's keep going with that ice, man. Let's keep going with that ice content, man. And you know we're gonna round up the show with that good Iran that good Iran economy. Is it Trump's economy? Is it the Iran economy? Get the likes up, get the subscribe up. Let's get the super chats. Let's get the gifts. Let's get the plus sign when you subscribe, become a member. It's called the Somalian Special. You can join my channel or you can feed a starving Somalian. It can cost you 25 cents a day to feed a starving Somalian, or you can join my channel. Join my channel or feed a starving Somalian. They out there stealing billions of dollars, man. They don't need your money, man. I need your money, man. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. 19 billion. They built learning centers, but the children didn't learn shit. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. And she married her brother. She stole 30 million and she married her brother. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They stole 19 billion. They built learning centers. Learing. They built learning centers, but the children didn't learn shit. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. Double tap hit the like button, man. Let's keep going, man. This is the ice segment of the show. It's called Ice Ice Baby Go Home Go Home. Double tap hit the like button. This is the ice segment of the show. It's called Ice Ice Baby. Let me get the border up here. It's called Ice Ice Baby. This is the Ice Ice Baby segment of the show, and I got some more ice news for you. I got some more ice news. You're not gonna believe it, ladies and gentlemen. You're not gonna believe it. You're not gonna believe it. I believe it. MAGA believes it. MAGA knows the climate. Let's talk about it. What we have here is an ex-teacher. Let's get into it. It's hard to believe all of the crime going on behind the liberal Democrats. So much crime. Ex-teacher arrested for driving suspected gang members to Chicago shooting. If it wasn't me reporting this is why I got to read some of the reports. We got to read out loud. Some of the reports we got to read out loud, because if it wasn't me reporting this, it's so hard to believe. It's too difficult to believe that this is actually the story that we're doing right now, right? Because people want to know, is ICE justified? Well, let's read this story and you tell me in the chat, is ICE and Trump justified? I back the blue, I back ICE, I back Tom Homan, and Barack Obama deported more people and more people died in detention than Barack Obama. But be that as it may, let's get into this story about an ex-teacher arrested for driving suspected gang member to Chicago shooting. And remember, you're not going to believe this, because here on this channel, I have educated the audience about TDA. A lot of people don't talk about TDA, and I'm not talking about touching and kissing on a date. I'm talking about Venezuelan cartel gang Tren de Agua, who took over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado, who took over apartment complexes in Chicago, who operate along the borders in America, and I believe can be attributed for why Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie mother, is still missing. It is because 10 million people came across the border, Venezuelan cartel members. So this story is about Venezuelan cartel members, Tren de Agua, and it's so salacious, it's hard to believe, because a lot of people don't believe Trump. A lot of people don't believe the numbers. I did the research. I researched how many came here from Venezuela. Aurora, Colorado, 40,000. And then I reminded my audience, I said, hey, do you guys remember those videos of the black people in Chicago screaming that? Now remember, the Democrats were in power. This is when Biden was in power. You have a Democrat in the White House. You have a Democrat governor and a Democratic mayor. But this is why you have a new black MAGA in Chicago. Anybody seen the black woman who's running the black MAGA in Chicago? And how many people have you seen the black Republicans in Chicago? This is why you have black MAGA in Chicago. Because you had Venezuelan gang members come to Chicago and start kidnapping and extorting the black Americans, taking over the apartment complexes. And then you saw black people on the news during the Biden administration asking for help. Anybody remember the TikTok videos of blacks in Chicago asking for help? hey, they're taking over apartment complexes. We need help. But Biden was in office. There was no Trump. There was no ICE protocol, and nothing happened. There was no relief for Black Americans in Chicago under oppression from Venezuelan cartels. Same thing in Aurora, Colorado. There was no relief until Trump came into office. Double tap at the like button. There was no relief until Trump came into office. So let's read this story together. Giovanni Mercedes Moreno. How many fucking names is this? God damn. Got 4 names? Giovanni Mercedes Moreno Ocapiti, 32, a Venezuelan who overstayed her visa, was arrested by ICE on May 13 for allegedly transporting Ricardo Grandillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Cermino. They got a lot of names. Suspected Trinidad de Agua members to a December 2nd, 2024 gathering in Chicago's Gage Park. Weapons found in her car led to a brief local arrest, but Cook County released her without notifying ICE due to sanctuary policies. I cannot believe this. Are you telling me that they found guns in the car of a woman and they let her go? This is what it means to be sanctuary cities. This is what Chicago is. I'm going to read that again because this is not believable in America. The Trinidad de Agua part, the Venezuelan cartel members doing drive-bys. None of this is believable in a Trump America, but this is the reality in the Biden America. It says, what date is this? Anybody want to know about this date? Anybody want to give the crowd a gong? What does this mean, 2024? Well, who was president? I'm not going. This shit is too easy. This shit is too easy, man. Who was president when this shit happened? December 2024, they shoot up a house party. Non-American cartel gang members who were allowed into the country. This shit never happens. This type of shit, a shooting in 2024 of Americans never happened if Biden did not open the border illegally, without plan, in process, in proper logistics and project management. This shooting never happens in the Trump America. Man, I wish people understood how simple this stuff is. This is not even complex, bro. This is not partisan. This is not MAGA, yay. This is so mathematical, bro. This shooting never happens in the Trump president. People always, did you get what you voted for with Trump? No, the question in Chicago, did you get what you voted for? Because y'all voted for Biden and you got those 4 years of Biden. Do you know how costly those 4 years were? Do you know how much damage Kamala and Biden did in those 4 years? This shooting never happens in a Trump America. I wish somebody would debate me on that. Let's get into it. Because it's unbelievable what we got to talk about. This should not be what we talk about in America. This should not be, but this is Biden's America. This is Biden's America. And thank God for the Trump DOJ, because the reason why this is a story in 2026, do you guys understand what I'm getting triggered. I'm getting triggered, you guys. Somebody send me a super chat. I'm getting triggered. The reason why this is a story is because Biden let her go. These people with the guns and doing the shooting, Biden administration, sanctuary city policies, let her go.
National helped 2 alleged members of the violent Tren de Aragua gang acting as a getaway driver after a deadly house party shooting that left 3 people dead.
The 2 alleged gunmen have since been deported, but critics say Chicago's sanctuary policies allowed this suspect to slip through the cracks after local authorities released her from jail without notifying ICE. Border czar Tom Homan joins us in moments on this.
But first, senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the exclusive for us. Mike.
And Sandra, Immigration and Customs Enforcement now has in custody this former Illinois high school teacher who they say assisted a Tren de Aragua mass shooting and it gets more complicated from there. Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochapinte, 32 years old, first entered the U.S. in October of 2021 with the visa waiver program, but she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022, and she overstayed her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove two gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire. 3 people were killed, several others injured. Federal authorities say Moreno Ochapinte also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene and helped escape, Ricardo Grandillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Cermeno, have both been arrested and deported. Chicago police arrested this former teacher December 5th, 2025. Federal authorities say she had weapons in her car at the time of the arrest.
So she was not adequately arrested until Trump does his lockdown in 2025. Do you guys know how safe I'm gonna listen to this again? So we played it all the way through. I didn't interrupt, right? We're gonna listen to it again, and I'm gonna interrupt the video because I want to iterate how safe Trump has made America. So you really understand what this story is saying. What we are talking about is during the Biden administration. This is so damning to Biden, Kamala, and any Democrat. We're talking about 3 people who are now arrested, 3 individuals who were not citizens involved in the shooting. All of them have been arrested but released again under the Biden administration. She came into our country in 2021 under Biden open border policies. She got caught up and she was supposed to leave in 2022. What is so powerful about the story, ladies and gentlemen, is that I have gone through great lengths to explain to the chat room how Trump is getting people out of the country. They are called deportation orders. They know where these people are because they've been given a date and time to leave the country. Like these individuals, they were told by the Biden administration, leave by 2022. She did not leave. Instead, she stayed illegally in the country and started doing drive-bys. What is also dangerous, and I want to highlight, is that she was arrested despite not leaving and then let go because of sanctuary city policies. She was arrested in 2024 with a gun and let go after giving deportation orders in 2022. What you need to understand is, how is this possible? How is the Angel families, how is this violence happening? They keep getting released. She was not arrested for all of the violence you're learning about until 2025, when Trump was elected president. And Trump puts out his ICE protocols. If it were not for Trump and his ICE protocols, these murderers would still be free with these guns murdering Americans. I'm going to play it again. Let's listen. Disagree with me in the chat.
National helped 2 alleged members of the violent Tren de Aragua gang acting as a getaway driver after a deadly house party shooting that left 3 people dead.
The 2 alleged gunmen have since been deported, but critics say Chicago's sanctuary policies allowed the suspect to slip through the cracks after local authorities released her from jail without notifying ICE. Border czar Tom Homan joins us in moments on this.
But first, senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the exclusive for us. Mike.
Now, Sandra, Immigration and Customs Enforcement now has in custody this former Illinois high school teacher who they say assisted a Tren de Aragua mass shooting.
Can we start there? The chat room brought this up. I apologize to the chat. Thank you, chat. Somebody in the chat brought up a teacher. Let's start right there. How is someone who is not a citizen in a sanctuary city? So you need to find out who are your teachers, who is the person educating your kids right now. You need to go find out, because Chicago let this person who was not an American citizen teach high school. I don't know how she got to teach high school, but Chicago public schools allow her to teach high school. The same person involved in gang cartel activity was allowed in an American high school where she can influence our children. That is almost just criminal from the beginning of this story. Under Biden, she came here in 2021 and Joe Biden and the Democrats of Chicago let this criminal into your high school. Can we start right there? Because that is the first unbelievable truth about this story. That this person was not an American citizen, came here through Biden open border policies, and was allowed to teach American children. Let's keep going.
Nicaragua mass shooting, and it gets more complicated from there. Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochapinte, 32 years old, first entered the U.S. in October of 2021.
She first came into the U.S. October 2021 under Joe Biden. Let's continue.
With the visa waiver program, but she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022. And
she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022. How did she get a job as a teacher? How did she get a job as a teacher? I bet you there are Americans right now who can't get a job as a teacher. How the hell does a non-citizen who ain't even supposed to be here get a job as a teacher? Put it in the chat.
She overstayed her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove two gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they...
So she overstays her visa. What I've said to you, when people say that, I said, ICE is not going to Home Depot. ICE is not going after Mexican Americans. ICE knows who they wants to get. ICE, this is why ICE has been so successful, because they have a list of individuals who are supposed to leave. She was supposed to leave. So when ICE goes into a city, they are going to addresses. Hey, this is Eduardo, and he was supposed to leave in 2022. This is the address where the court, he went to court. Now think about this. These people go to immigration court. They get a date that they're supposed to leave, right? Then they go back home. The ICE agents show up, knock on the door of the address from the court hearing. The judge told you to leave by 2022. Not only did you not leave the country, you didn't even move. You're at the same house. So ICE agents don't even got to work hard. These people don't even leave the house. They're at the same house that they got the deportation order in 2022. So when an ICE agent shows up in 2025, knocks on the door, is Eduardo here? I have deportation orders that he was supposed to leave in 2022. What is your name? And guess what the guy says? My name is Eduardo. My name is Eduardo. And they arrest him. There's no violence, and they send him back to Ecuador. Why? Because he should have left in 2022. That's why we're so smooth. And this is why Tom Homan can say with confidence, 80% of the people we're deporting are criminals. And people say, well, how do you know that? Because I'm going to the house with a fucking warrant. I'm going to the house with a fucking warrant, and the criminal who's on the warrant answers the fucking door. That's how I can say 80% are criminals, because I'm not chasing them down in the street. I'm knocking on the door with a warrant. I got a warrant for Eduardo's arrest. He was supposed to leave in December of 2022. What's your name? My name is Eduardo. My name is Eduardo. Come with me. This is very simple. This ain't complex. This ain't racial. This ain't partisan. This is Barack Obama deported 3 million people the same way. The same way. Let's break this shit down. So she came here in 2021. I don't know how she becomes a teacher. She loses her visa. She's supposed to leave in 2022. Biden allows her to stay, and then she's arrested in 2024 for committing a triple murder, but then they let her go free. This is her. This is her. This is her.
2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove two gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire. 3 people were killed, several others injured.
Now, part of this story that's tragic is not just the fact that these are TDA cartel members who came here under Biden. It's not just the fact that she came here under Biden and all 3 people are illegally here, but people died, bro. People were unalive. 3 people. This is a triple homicide, bro. This is deep, bro. And they let her go, bro. They let her go, bro. She got to go home, bro.
Her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove 2 gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire. 3 people were killed, several others injured. Federal authorities say Moreno...
Ain't that her murder? Doesn't she get, she's an accomplice, right? She should be charged with all 3 of those murders. Put it in the chat. Should she be charged with the triple homicide? Is she an accomplice? Should she be charged? Let's keep going.
Pinto also helped the gunman flee the scene.
So she helped the gunman flee the scene. I think he just answered my question. I think that just answered the question. She should be charged with the triple homicide.
Injured. Federal authorities say Moreno Ochapinto also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene and helped escape, Ricardo Grandillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Sermeno, have both been arrested and deported. Chicago police arrested this former teacher December 5th, 2025.
So why not do crime in America? If all you're going to do is get deported, if you can come here and kill 3 people, sell drugs, tape over an apartment complex, and all they're going to do is send you back, why not be a criminal? Man, this shit is not cool, man.
Federal authorities say she had weapons in her car at the time of the arrest.
So she had weapons in her car when she was arrested in 2024, but the Democrats let her go. The reason why this is a story today is because she was rearrested in 2025 and she's finally being prosecuted. Do you guys understand why Trump is the greatest president? The only reason why this is a story, these 2 guys would still be in America. Think about this. I got to say this. I know you might not like this. But these 2 guys would still be in America if Kamala Harris won. Can I just say that? I know you're not going to like it. But if Kamala Harris wins, there is no ICE baby. There is no ICE protocol. There is no effort to get these people out of the country. They remain in the country. They remain killing. I know you don't like that logic. Because then you understand why Trump won every single swing state. If you listen to this, you realize why Trump won every single swing state and why California is leaning red. Because if Kamala wins, they stay and they continue to kill. All 3 of these, the woman and the 2 guys, they all stay. And potentially, this big gordita burrito eating motherfucker right here can be teaching your children. She could be teaching your children.
Pinte, 32 years old, first entered the U.S. in October.
Gordita Bonita could be teaching high school if Kamala Harris wins. Holy moly guacamole. Holy moly guacamole. If Kamala Harris wins, Bonita Gordita is teaching Senorita.
Of 2021 with the visa waiver program, but she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022, and
she was supposed to leave in 2022. She never left.
She overstayed her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove 2 gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire.
So she drives them to go do the drive-by, triple homicide.
3 people were killed, several others injured. Federal authorities say Moreno Ochapinto also helped the gunmen flee the scene.
She also helped them flee the scene. Thank you, ICE. Thank you, Trump. And Biden, a failure. Biden is just a complete failure. Just a complete failure. Biden is an absolute complete failure. All this happened under Biden. And how many people think this is the only case? This is not Aurora, Colorado. This happened all over the country during those 4 years. Americans were put in danger, and this is why Trump won every single swing state.
She worked as a school teacher in Illinois.
Allegedly involved in a Tren de Aragua shooting back in 2024. They say that she drove these two guys to the scene of the crime, to this house party, and then they ended up, 3 people ended up dead and 5 injured. Those 2 guys were deported. This all happened in Chicago. This woman is 32 years old. She's from Venezuela, dual citizenship with Italy. She entered the United States in 2021 under this visa waiver program and was supposed to leave.
I say if she's from Venezuela, she helped these guys from Venezuela. Let's stop calling her a teacher. Let's stop with the Democratic liberal line and narrative. She's a cartel member. She's a gang member. Females commit crime. Females are in Tren de Agua. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's call a spade a spade. She is a cartel member. If it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a motherfucking duck.
Years old. She's from Venezuela, dual citizenship with Italy. She entered the United States in 2021 under this visa waiver program and was supposed to leave on January 2nd, 2022.
Yeah, they say she overstayed for a long period of time and remained in the country unlawfully afterward. And she was taken into custody on May 13th. So can you imagine this? Her name is Giovanna Mercedes Moreno. I guess she got married a bunch of times and kept on all her names. Acapinti. So there you are. There you go. Over in Illinois. Scoop her up.
Well,
we'll find out.
and
Now
guess
we know
what?
where her.
It happens in Chicago. And so they scoop her up and then they release her again because in Chicago, you have these sanctuary cities and they protect the illegal immigrants more than they protect the citizens.
So she's a part of a violent criminal organization, a terrorist organization. Now we've
Thank you. She is a part of the organization. Thank you, brother.
designated. Remember, it's a sanctuary city, so they're not going to cooperate with ICE at all. But they also don't want ICE there. So if federal agents weren't on the ground in Chicago, then they would have never captured this violent criminal.
I just said that. Are you listening to me? I just jinx you on me a soda. Jinx you on. I just said that. I just said if Trump never does this ICE rollout, if Kamala Harris wins, these criminals are potentially on the street continually able to commit murder. Like triple homicide level murder. Like, did you see the picture of the guy with multiple machine guns? He had 3 guns. He had a gun in each hand and one in his waist. Do you want that guy here? Kamala Harris wins. Democrats win. Matter of fact, Kamala Harris wins. Tim Walz is vice president. Do you guys realize Tim Walz, Somalian 19 billion, is vice president, and these people never get arrested. And I wish there was some intelligent commentary on these realities. These are mathematical analyses. If she wins, these people never get arrested, bro.
I mean, Tren de Agua is literally beheading people, cutting people's fingers off, beating them to death. You got to kill someone to get initiated into the game.
Wow.
So this is what they're protecting in these cities.
And here's what they're saying. According to the acting DHS secretary said on Monday, this illegal alien who used to work as a teacher was involved in a mass shooting in Chicago that killed 3 people and injured others. Although Chicago police arrested this illegal alien shortly after the shooting, sanctuary politicians releasing her from jail without notifying ICE. Under President Trump and Secretary Mullen, DHS is doing the job that sanctuary politicians in Illinois refuse to do, putting the American people first and removing these dangerous criminals from communities.
ICE arrests ex-Illinois teacher tied to Tren de Agua shooting. Can you guys believe that they actually released her? Let's read this together. This is unbelievable. Release from her jail without notifying ICE. Under President Trump and Secretary Mullen, DHS is doing the job that sanctuary politicians in Illinois refuse to do, putting the American people first and removing these dangerous criminals from our community. Can you believe they released her? They knowingly released her. I think we got to start prosecuting the politicians. If we're gonna hold parents accountable, when are we gonna prosecute Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, Pritzker, this illegal alien who used to work as a teacher was involved in a mass shooting in Chicago that killed 3 people and injured others. Although Chicago police arrested this alien shortly after the shooting, sanctuary politicians released her from jail without notifying ICE. Again, if it were not for Trump, she would still be free to commit more violent crimes. How do you release somebody after a mass shooting? And when they arrested her the second time, she had guns in the car and they still let her go. And she was supposed to leave in 2022. So they arrested her in 2024. I don't think people understand what I'm reporting. That she was arrested in 2024 and they let her go. The reason this is a story today is because she was recently arrested and now finally being prosecuted. And the only reason she was arrested is because of Trump. ICE, baby. Go home protocol. Double tap at the like button. Let's go, Trump.
Releasing her from jail without notifying ICE. Under President Trump and Secretary Mullen, DHS is doing the job that sanctuary politicians in Illinois refuse to do, putting the American people first and removing these dangerous criminals from communities. And of course, the same Chicago that had, 36 shot over the weekend?
39.
So they're saying
39.
that she was only the driver, but they're going to charge her with accessory to the murder. I
And
mean,
they found
you're
weapons
essentially
inside the car.
you're going to get charged almost the same as the person that pulled the trigger because you are a part of the criminal act.
Well, Donald Trump has had enough, and he says he can.
I've had enough. How many people have had enough? I've had enough. And that's why Trump won every single swing state. Trump won every single swing state. Double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up, get the gifts up. Get the support up. Get the support up. The left needs to move back to the middle. I agree, bro. We got democratic socialists. We have democratic socialists. That's an excellent perspective. He said the left needs to move back to the middle. I agree, bro. We got democratic socialists, bro. Democratic socialists, bro. I agree. I mean, and because we need to understand that it's important that we have two-party system, that we're not a monarchy, we're not a theocracy, it's not one-party rule. You know what I'm saying? I got some more red meat. Let's go to some red meat. Y'all want to go to some red meat? I like the red meat. That was just ice. That was just the ice, baby. Let's go to y'all want to go to Pennsylvania? Let's go to Pennsylvania. Oh, we got Supreme Court too. We got the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court may be coming back with some big rulings on Thursday, so we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that more on Thursday because it's all. Let's get into Pennsylvania. Let's get into Pennsylvania. Trump spoke in Pennsylvania. Radical leftists are taking over Democratic Party because this is what we just talked about. The left needs to move back to the middle. Just found your channel. Love that you speak facts, not BS. Feeling 100% fact. Thank you. That's Chris. Shout out to Chris. Everybody double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up. Everybody double tap, hit the like button, get the likes up. Double tap, like, share, and subscribe. Hit the plus sign, become a member. We doing more on this. We doing more on this. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to everybody who just found the channel and share and subscribe. Hit the like button. Democrats aren't hiding it anymore. Radical leftists are taking over the Democratic Party, and they are openly saying it, the quiet part out loud. That's what we're talking about right now. My buddy in the chat just said the Democrats need to move back to the middle. I said, I agree, man. And I told him about Zerani Mondani and the socialist left, the Democratic Socialists. We saw this today. I did a video about Renee Good, right? We did a video about Renee Good. And the thing that I highlighted when we talked about Renee Good in Minnesota is we highlighted the fact that during the so-called Minnesota, oh, man. I keep having, that's my fault. I was fucking with the audio earlier. That's mic check. That's my fault. I was fucking with the audio earlier. That sounds a lot better right there, but I keep moving around. So y'all just keep me on point in the chat. So we were talking about Renee Good earlier, and we were talking about a couple different things. And during those protests in Minnesota that turned out to be riots, I highlighted because we watched those protests, and what I noticed is I seen a lot of people doing political recruiting, and I saw a lot of people trying to sign up young people. And we talked about the teenagers, and we talked about the teenagers and the violence today. We saw a lot of people in Minnesota trying to sign people up to a socialist party, and I said, I thought this was a protest for Renee Good. This don't look like a protest. This look like a riot, and a political riot at that. And they're burning things, they're destroying things, and in the midst of the rioting and the emotionalism, they're trying to get our young people to become socialists. So there's socialist rhetoric and pamphlets at all of these No Kings rallies and these Democratic ICE out protests. You have older people, older hippie liberals trying to socialize the youth of America, trying to get them to join a socialist party. And those of us who understand socialism as a slippery slope to communism understand what the true goal is of these individuals, right? Double tap at the like button. So in the chat, we just discussed the left needs to move back to the middle. And I said, man, the left is moving more left, openly becoming socialist and communist. Double tap at the like button. I got a video to prove it. And I want to say chat. Man, we got the best chat room, the best YouTube channel on YouTube for domestic and geopolitical discourse. I love you guys.
He was campaigning in New York City yesterday. Here's what he says they have in mind for the big picture.
It's a long laundry list, my man. I mean, we're talking about fighting fascism. We're talking about refashioning an entire society. We're talking about holding our own party to account. We're talking about changing the very nature of the culture of Congress and what we allow them to do and what we insist on them doing in ways that have not really happened in generations.
You know what's interesting to me about that guy is that it's not just an anti-Trump screed that you might get from some establishment Democrats. They actually have a vision. I might disagree with it, but they have one, and they're trying to lay it out.
That's true, although the line that jumped out to me in that soundbite was, we want to refashion all of society.
Right.
That is the language of radicalism, because these are radicals. And I'm not sure if the American public, even in a blue year, are fully on board for that, excuse me, that level of extremism. Looking at New York, Ms. Chevalier, for example, we just heard about her in that report. She was effectively celebrating October 7th, the day after it occurred. She has declined pointedly to condemn Hamas or that attack. You go down the line, she's not just abolish ICE, which is becoming mainstream in that party. She opposes any deportation of any illegal immigrant, including convicted murderers. She says that she uses the American flag to wash her dirty hands.
Wow.
She opposes or has criticized same or interracial marriage from a left-wing identitarian perspective. She's even rooting for a country other than the U.S. in the World Cup. This is a very extreme person.
Ice, ice, baby. Go home. It's like ice, ice, baby. Just go back home. Just go. People like, this is why I sing my song. Ice, ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, ice, baby. Just go. Whatever country you rooting for, whoever you like more than America, go back there. Get out of America. I love my president. Remember when Donald Trump said, get on the boat? Ilhan Omar, get him, get Marani Mandani, get this bitch, get on the boat and go back home. Get on the boat and go back home.
On virtually every single issue, she has the full-throated backing of Mayor Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, that whole wing of the party. We'll see if New York Democrats, the actual voters, are on board for this and want to send that type of person to the U.S. Congress.
Yeah, guys, to your point, these are some of the most extreme candidates we've ever seen come out of the Democratic Party. You got Brad Lander, who said he wants to spend $2 trillion of taxpayer money to forgive all student loans. He wants to abolish ICE, expand the Supreme Court. You got Claire Valdez, who wants to have taxpayers fund all transgender surgeries and procedures, eliminate private health.
What? What did he say? What did he say?
expand the Supreme Court. You got Claire Valdez, who wants to have taxpayers fund all transgender surgeries and procedures.
This is what would happen if Kamala won. This is what they got in the back. They don't care about higher salaries, ladies and gentlemen. You think you vote Democrat, everybody think, oh, Donald Trump don't care about you. They see my black skin. They love to come in the chat room and say, Donald Trump don't care about you. They don't care about you. Do you know what is behind the Democratic rhetoric and the Donald Trump hate? This is what's behind the Democratic rhetoric and the Donald Trump hate. Trillions of dollars for LGBTQ, none for you. Ha ha. Ha ha. Trillions of dollars for LGBTQ and none for you. That's what's behind the Democratic rhetoric and the Donald Trump hate. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. So go ahead and vote Democrat and see what the fuck you get.
West Congress.
Yeah, guys, to your point, these are some of the most extreme candidates we've ever seen come out of the Democratic Party. You got Brad Lander, who said he wants to spend $2 trillion of taxpayer money to forgive all student loans. He wants to abolish.
And you know that's black women, right? $2 trillion on black women in the basket weaving degrees, right? $2 trillion. $2 trillion to pay for all those black women who wanted to go to school and say, I have a PhD. I have a PhD. I'm a single black woman. We the most educated. But you ain't paid your goddamn college tuition. So $2 trillion, because remember, Joe Biden made a promise to black women because they hold the most debt, because they got the most degrees. I'm a PhD. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made you a promise, but then the Supreme Court struck that shit down because Joe Biden tried to buy black women's vote by paying off student loans, will adversely, disproportionately affect black women because they hold the most debt. So here you go, Democratic Socialists, again, trying to buy the black female vote and pay for those underwater basket weaving degrees to the tune of $2 trillion. Listen to that again.
Who said he wants to spend $2 trillion of taxpayer money to forgive all student loans. He wants to abolish ICE, expand the Supreme Court. You got Claire Valdez, who wants to have taxpayers fund all transgender surgeries and procedures, eliminate private health insurance, and give citizenship to illegal aliens. And then you just mentioned Chevalier.
So give citizenship to all of the 20 million people that Joe Biden let in. So when we suspected, when Tom Homan said, why did Joe Biden open the border? The goal was to get more Democratic voters. Now, a lot of us said, nah, he didn't open the border. Yes, Joe Biden opened the border with the goal to get more Democratic voters with the intent to always make them citizens. Joe Biden always, and the Democrats always intended to make those people that they let into the country, gave food stamps, gave sanctuary city policies, billions of dollars in Somalian aid and minute. He always intended to make them Democrats. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Hey, abolish ICE, abolish prisons, defund the police. What does it say to you if by the end of the night, New Yorkers have elected these three candidates or advancing?
Well, it says that it says to me, Bill, that the Democratic Party is now captive of a hardcore left-wing base in certain areas of the country, at least, and it continues to expand.
Right.
And it wasn't that long ago that the current so-called establishment of the party would have been considered quite left-wing by any American standard. And now they're the relative centrists compared to these people, these sort of left-wing DSA insurgents who feel very empowered right now, very emboldened. And if they pick up a number of key wins in New York tonight, I think you'll see others around the country, this hardcore base, say, if they can do it there, we can do it anywhere. Let's try it across the country. And I think a lot of the mainstream, quote unquote, centrist Democrats or establishment Democrats are terrified of this flank of their party. They don't know what to do about it.
And to your point, it is going beyond New York City. And we have Maine as an example, and Graham Plattner, who is running against the incumbent Susan Collins. Susan Collins, senator from Maine, she was on with Martha yesterday. Watch here.
I would have said in a different time that any one of these would have been disqualifying. And it's very interesting that Graham Plattner was recruited by people from out of state, from New York, who also recruited the mayor of New York, Mondami, and other candidates from the far left around the country. I don't think that's a coincidence.
When she ran last time in 2020, she was considered to be somebody who might have a very tough race. She ended up winning by 9 points. I do think she's in a strong position to win re-election, but the mood in Maine would point to a tougher race in 2026 than she had in 2020.
Possibly. I think that was a very shrewd answer from Susan Collins, unsurprisingly. To your point, she was expected to lose last time, won by 9 points, was trailing in every single public poll, then she won fairly handily. I think she is acknowledging correctly that we're in a new era. In the past, any number of things about Graham Plattner would have thrown him out of the race by this point. That's not the case. I think she's also sending the signal, A, that he's been recruited from outside forces. She's tying him in Maine to Mamdani and that DSA left in one part of the answer. And then she's also just sort of leaving it out there by comparison. She is steady as she goes. She's the same Susan Collins that's won 5 times in that state. And she might be to my left, for example, but she's the exact same person. That's part of the messaging here, I suspect.
All right, got to leave it there. Guy Benson, great to see you
Thank
this
you.
morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
This is the status of American politics. What y'all think in the chat, man? I say red wave 2028. That's what we've been saying on this channel. All the new people, I've been saying red wave 2028. What we're talking about right now is
He was campaigning in New York City yesterday.
we're in Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I consider myself uniquely
We're in Pennsylvania.
qualified.
Just in, Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick just went to the Senate floor and said what millions of America already know. He lost by 950 votes in 2022. He won by 15,000 out of 7 million in 2024. That's razor thin. When elections are decided by margins like that, integrity is not a suggestion, it's a foundation. McCormick is demanding that the Senate pass the Save
Mr. President, I consider myself unique.
That they passed the Save America Act, so only American citizens decide American elections. That is not extreme. That is common sense. John Fetterman says he supports secure elections. Fine, prove it. John McCormick passed the Save America Act. Send it to President Trump. How many people in the chat, put a 1 if you want to pass the Save America Act, and tell Democrats to stop blaming blacks and women for not passing the Save America Act. Stop infantilizing blacks. Stop infantilizing women. Blacks know how to get an ID. Divorced women know how to get an ID. Stop using blacks, Democrats. Stop using women, Democrats, to getting your socialist agenda. Just do politics. Double tap at the like button. Should we have secure elections and IDs to vote?
Mr. President, I consider myself uniquely qualified when I say that every vote matters. In 2022, I lost my first statewide election in Pennsylvania by 950 votes. That's 14 votes per county. I won my second election in 2024 by 15,000 votes of over 7 million cast. These incredibly narrow races, each of which had electoral issues of their own, show just how important it is that our elections run smoothly, fairly, and only legitimate votes are counted. And right now, we must not pretend that all elections in America meet this important standard. Just last year, in my home state of Pennsylvania, Chester County officials mistakenly omitted 70,000 third-party votes from the voter rolls. Registered voters were turned away at the polls, and an unknown number of unverified voters were cast regular ballots. Every single time Americans hear about election problems like Chester County, they rightly question the integrity of our electoral process. It should come as no surprise to us that according to a recent Scripps and Ipsos poll, more than half of Americans, are concerned about non-citizens voting, and more than half fear electoral fraud. The bottom line is we cannot stand in this chamber and claim there is not a problem. There is a problem, and the people who put us here agree.
There's a problem. Put a 1 in the chat if you support the SAVE Act. Put a 1 in the chat if you support the SAVE Act. We support the SAVE Act on this channel.
Mr. President, I consider myself uniquely qualified.
And we do not condone the infantilization of women and blacks in order for Democrats to say the SAVE Act should not be passed. Do we support? Put a 1 in the chat if you support the SAVE Act. Double tap, hit the like button and subscribe. Put a 1 in the chat if you support the SAVE Act. I do. I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like I do. I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu?
The astronauts buckle.
They say they do in YouTube, but they don't get views like you. Double tap at the like button. Purpose of a podcast with the blast, man. Coming in real fast in the dash, man. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic debate. I do. Have it rubbing your head like Badu. I do. Double tap at the like button, man. We going still live. We going still live. Double tap at the like button. I do. Dems go left. That was the last segment. Let's keep going. Fed votes unanimously to keep rates steady. We move into the Trump economy right now. We go into the Trump economy right now. Iran, Trump economy, man. You know what I'm saying? Trump is doing his 1-2. You know what I'm saying? Trump is doing his 1-2. Trump economy on the way. Trump, everybody, Trump, everybody, Trump, everybody, Trump. Trump economy post-Iran deal. You know what I'm saying? What you paying for gas right now? What you paying for gas right now? Let me know in the chat. What you paying for gas right now? Did we win in Iran? Let's get into it. Iran, Trump economy, Marco Rubio, Vance 2028, Rubio 2028, Vance on his way to Kuwait. I think Rubio on his way to Kuwait, Vance on his way. They both doing internet. This is how you do politics. Kamala Harris, take notes. You know what I'm saying? Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I mean, what's obvious about Vance and what you see Vance and how you see Trump setting up Vance for victory in 2028? We're making the deal in Iran now. If you ask me, I would say keep the Straits of Hormuz closed and fuck Iran, right? But the reason why we're opening the Straits and making the deal is because we don't want to fuck JD. We want JD to be set up for winning in 2028. So JD is going to go back to Iran and finish bombing the fuck out of them once he get elected. But for now, we're going to pause on Iran. Iran, you know how when you whooping somebody's ass and the police come or the adults come and you got to stop whooping their ass until the adults walk away, but JD Vance is going to continue to whoop their ass. So we stopped whooping Iran's ass temporarily. We ain't done whooping Iran's ass. We're going to continue to whoop Iran's ass, but us getting the deal now, opening up the Straits of Hormuz, gets the gas prices down, and then gives JD and Marco Rubio 2 years to campaign on nothing but victory, nothing but winning. The Trump economy, the Trump tariffs, Venezuela, Cuba, and now Iran. Let's talk about Gaza. Let's talk about the peace agreement in Gaza, all the hostages being returned. Gaza exploded under Biden. And I think after we get the Iran deal, then we get Russia peace. So then we came into 2025 with Trump president with conflict in Russia, right? Ukrainians, 50, 60,000 people dying every day. Ukraine has been obliterated. There are no more young men in the Ukraine. It's absolutely scary, disastrous, and sad what happened to the Ukraine. Okay? So that's still going on though. You know, you can't talk about the Ukraine. You know what's so funny about Iran as we get into Iran and the Iran deal and the Trump economy is that we can't talk honestly about geopolitics because the truth is we're still in a Russian conflict. And Russia is a nuclear power. Iran is not a nuclear power. Biden and Kamala got us into a conflict with Russia to protect Europe when Europe is falling apart. Europe and the UK is going through Brexit, and I just heard reports today, even more violence in Europe, even more breaking down of the social contract in Europe, which is why we're moving away from NATO. But for some reason, even though Europe is breaking apart at the seams, literally, at the seams, we spent $300 billion, $30 billion in Iran, but we spent $300 billion in the Ukraine, and we're still there. Ukrainians are still dying. The reason it's not on legacy media is that you can't attribute the Russia-Ukraine conflict to Trump. If you talk about Russia-Ukraine, you have to bring up Biden. Not just the Biden presidency, but when Biden was vice president under Obama, and he started the bullshit in the Ukraine. So no one ever talks about how much money, how much lives, and what did we get out of Ukraine. Instead, small-minded, purple-haired liberals ask me dumb shit in my chat every day. What did we get from Iran? What did we get? We got a lot, motherfucker. We got the end of fucking OPEC. We got fucking the global GDP. We got the motherfucking American dollar is the petrodollar backed by black oil, #1 oil producer and distributor in the globe. America GDP roaring. We got so much from Iran. We got so much from Iran, and it's not over. Just the fact that OPEC is broken up, the fact that NATO is no more, the global shifts, how we went to China, how Xi Jinping backed us over the IRGC. I'm going to say that again. How Xi Jinping backed America over the IRGC, and we have a relationship with China. We got so much from Iran. When we just were at the G7, Joe Biden fell asleep. Trump is the most respected world leader at the meeting. Trump is the most respected world leader at the meeting. So J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio have a victory lap for the next 2027, which is not even here. This is so glorious about being a MAGA Republican right now. And you hear these fake supporters saying MAGA is dead. 2027, we have all of 2027, and it's not even here yet. You guys understand? We have all of 2027, all of 2028 to do a victory lap. I'm so excited. MAGA's ignited. We got 2027 and 2028 to do a motherfucking victory lap. Oh, we won in Venezuela. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, we won in Cuba. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, we won in Iran. Oh, 2 years. Victory lap. And 2 years to get peace in Russia. And Russia wants a peace deal with Trump because Russia wants a partner with Trump, Vance, and Rubio in that administration. Because under Trump, Vance, Rubio, Jared Kushner, Wilkoff, Russia comes back into the G8. We just had the G7, but Russia comes back in. It's a G8. Russia has sanctions lifted. Russia becomes a friend and partner like China. Russia becomes a friend and a trade partner like China. And America benefits greatly because we make money in the Ukraine. We make money in the Gaza Strip. We make money, 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 money. This is why Starmer is upset. This is why Macron is upset. And this is why Democrats say that we are isolationists, because this is the thing about the deals. This is the thing that I've debunked the whole Israel piece. Israel is pissed because they're not involved in the peace agreement. They're not involved with how the money and the oil. Trump has been stealing oil from Iran the entire time. Millions of barrels of oil Trump has been stealing. He admitted it. I don't know why he admitted it, but I love him. He's the greatest president ever, and I fucking thought it was fucking hilarious. I have the secret. Trump, keep it a secret. I have the secret. And guess what? I've been stealing the oil the entire time. And guess who just found out about it? Iran just found out just now. We've been stealing the oil. 20 million. Isn't that right, Scott? Millions of barrels. We've been stealing the oil. I fucking love Trump. We've been stealing the oil the whole damn time. We've been stealing the oil the whole damn time. We've been stealing the oil the whole damn time. Oh, shit. He's the greatest. Oh, man. So, victory lap, red wave, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, they will have 2 years to campaign for presidency on all of these victories, on the roaring economy. No one will be able to debate that inflation is less under Republicans than it was under Biden. No one will be able to debate that the border is closed now under Republicans. It was open under Biden. No one will be able to debate that there was conflict in Russia and Gaza and potentially 8 wars, but now everything is peace in the Middle East under the Trump administration. These are facts. These are facts. October 7th happened under Biden. Russia invaded Ukraine under Biden. These are the facts on the ground. The border was open under Biden. The violence I just showed you happened under Biden. So yeah, man, victory lap 2027, 2028. This is why we got the peace agreement now. We got the economy to only get better. So we close the Straits of Hormuz now. The gas goes down. The economy continues to get better. So when J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio run for president, not only do we have peace around the world, but we have a roaring economy that get voted in, and then we go back and we finish the job of kicking Iran's ass. I hope I didn't unveil too much of the plan, but Iran, we not done. Iran, we not done. Let's go to the video. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody get the like, sub, like, share, subscribe. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the super chat, hit the gifts. Double tap, mega, MAGA, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Saturday.
I actually listen when you talk, and I have heard you say you believe the economy is poised to take off. So when will the astronauts buckle in and the rocket launch? And what needs to happen for that to happen?
Well, first of all, we've had 5.5 years now of Donald Trump in the White House. And then about 4.5 of those years, we've had very, very strong growth, big income growth for middle income Americans. So we've had a strong economy. Two things that have happened that have kind of derailed the Trump economy. Of course, the first was COVID back in when was that, 2020? And then, of course, we've had this Iran situation. So what I'm trying to say to you is that if this deal sticks that Donald Trump has forged with the Iranians, and I know you've had some problems with it, but if the Iranians stick to the deal and we get that oil flowing again in the Persian Gulf area, then I believe we will see a very strong economy with incomes going up, inflation going down, gas prices could be headed to back, below $3.50 a gallon, maybe $3 a gallon. So all we need to do is get the Strait open, because we've got a record high stock market. We've got incredible investment going on in this country. By God, you've got a $2 trillion company now in SpaceX. You got 2 more big IPOs coming. We're dominating the AI. So what's not to like about this picture? We just got to get that oil price down, Trey.
Got to get that oil price down, and that is all about 2028. You get that oil price down, and J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio cruise into the White House. J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio cruise into the White House. J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio cruise into the White House. Double tap at the like button. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo.
Back. And this is sort of just going back through the archives to see how bad Bill Cassidy did. He got 25% of the vote, okay? I went back and I looked at every single non-appointed senator. This, in my mind, was the worst primary showing ever, at least since the end of World War II. That is how badly Bill Cassidy did. He did worse than every single one, getting 25% of the vote for a senator in a primary. It's literally unheard of. And that is because, of course, Donald Trump endorsed against this guy.
Look, if you can find a different case of this, Harry looked at every single one and thinks it's the worst. Send us, send it. Yeah, tweet us. Tweet us. Is Twitter still a thing? I don't know.
You're Xing us, I guess.
In any case, so President Trump endorsed an opponent here. How does President Trump do in general when he endorses the Republican primary?
We've quoted the movie Good Burger every single time, basically, when we've done this. When, in fact, you go against President Trump, you go in the grinder, and you can just see the times Trump endorsees running GOP primaries. It's about 95% each of the last 4 cycles. Now, I will note, sometimes he endorses and there's no real challenger. But even in those cases, the challengers to the incumbent have won a majority of the time as well. And one of the key reasons why that is right is you look at Trump's
approval rating within the GOP, 21st century own party approval. At this point in term 2, he's still at 83%. That's more popular than Obama was with Democrats, way more popular than George W. Bush was with Republicans back in 2006. So the power of a Trump endorsement is still sky high, and we'll see tomorrow if that happens with Thomas.
Double tap hit the like button, man. Higher than Barack Obama. Trump endorsement is sky high. I'm telling you, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance float into the White House with these numbers. Look at these numbers. Bush, 71, 78. Trump at 90%. If all MAGA vote for J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they slide in. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's have a good damn day. We having a good damn day today. I feel good today. I know you guys feel good today. This is a Mega MAGA Tuesday. It's great news across the board for Republicans, man. I mean, that's what I do here, man. I know some of you may not like these truths, but this is the truth. That was a Democratic channel giving you those numbers. That was a Democratic channel telling you that Trump is doing better than Bush, better than Obama. And what I am saying to you is that this will help J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, along with all of the peace agreements and the Trump economy, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, breeze into the White House. Double tap at the like button. MAGA!
The largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a trade deficit. We cut our trade deficit. If you're a president and you cut it by 1%, they say, oh, you're doing a great job. 2%, you're a genius. I cut it by 67%. That's why you have all of these factories being built. And they'll soon be opening. They're already opening. But when those factories are opening, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to negotiate very good salaries, that I can tell you. The largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade.
Thank you, Trump. This is why I say Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance. This is Trump speaking live in Pennsylvania. Slides in. There's no competition. This is absolutely no competition. Donald Trump, look at all these workers behind. Look at the American people. I mean, what happened to the Democratic Party? It used to be these people in these yellow vests were behind the Democrats. Now they're 100% MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. The working man supporting Donald Trump and Republicans and common sense, baby. Double tap at the like button.
Because she's a woman, that's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, darling, I love you. Do it. And she gets over the weights, and she stays. And then she gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you, darling. And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it? Drops him. And she's like devastated for the rest of her life. And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat from my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like that. Well, that's a lot for a woman, but not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won. And everyone said, oh, isn't that wonderful? Are we crazy? Men should not be able to participate in race.
He's the best president. He's the best president.
That's a 99%.
He's the best president. Trump is breaking down transgender sports and why we shouldn't have transgender sports. And he's like this. He's the best. He's the best. Trump on transgender sports and why transgender sports are unfair. Double tap at the like button. He's the best.
Because she's a woman, that's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, darling, I love you. Do it. And she gets over the weights, And she stays. And then she gets him. And she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you, Tuck. And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it? You drops him. And she's like devastated for the rest of her life. And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like that. But that's a lot for a woman. But not that much for a man.
He said he's a bottom of the barrel male weightlifter. Now he's a female weightlifter. One more time. Fuck.
That's a lot for a woman. But not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. And I think it was like 210 pounds. Bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. Bottom of the line, male weightlifter. But now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount. I think it was like 210 pounds or something like that. But that's a lot for a woman. But not that much for a man. You could do it with one hand. And he goes, looks down at the weight. I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. You know who said, oh, he said that one.
And he won the medal.
Are we crazy? Men should not be able to participate in women's.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Should men be able to participate in women's sports? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. He's the best president, man. He's the best president, man.
Don't raise your hand. Think you're going to be cute because you might be in big problem. Then they'll blame me for causing problems. Who did not vote for Trump? Young man, he wants to be. He's a young man. He thinks he's being cute. As he gets pounded on. Now he just said no. I did. I was the first. He said I'm the first or last. Don't raise your hand.
Don't be cute because you're going to get pounded on. Who didn't vote for Trump? And they going to, oh, I love him. I love him. This is Trump live. And Trump speaking live. Oh, hey, man.
Did they screw the kid, Pratt?
Oh, Trump on Spencer Pratt in the California cheating election. Donald Trump spoke live today. He comments on Spencer Pratt being robbed in California.
Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. attorney call. We have your great U.S. attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home.
Thank you, Donald Trump. How many people knew that? They stole the election from Spencer Pratt, and the only reason Hilton is on the ballot is because Donald Trump had to call the state attorney. Double tap hit the like button. Donald Trump saves the day again. Greatest president.
Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. attorney call. We have your great U.S. attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. But so over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. attorney called. We want to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home.
That's right. Thank you, Donald Trump, for saving another election. California, somebody in the chat was upset earlier. I said California is going red.
Did they screw?
Put one in the chat. Does California go red? And did Spencer Pratt get robbed? Put a one in the chat. Does California go red? And did Spencer Pratt get robbed? I think Spencer Pratt got robbed, and I believe California goes red. USA, USA, USA. USA, 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 USA. Swing state, working class. Swing state, battleground state, working class. You see these yellow jackets? You see this factory? Swing state, working class Americans. We on the way to 2026 victory and a 2028 red wave. Swing state, battleground PA, working class Americans fired up for MAGA. Not just in attendance, fired up for MAGA. USA! 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 Fired up for MAGA. Fired up for MAGA. Not just in attendance, fired up for MAGA. Can't even speak. Can't even speak. You cannot match this. You cannot match this.
They put China first. They put illegal aliens.
Trump live. Trump speaks live in battleground state PA. You can't match this fire.
They put China first. They put illegal aliens first and everybody else first but you. But we put you first by a lot. But at long last, you finally have a president who is putting workers first, putting Pennsylvania first, and putting America first. We're doing that, and we're doing it like nobody's ever seen before.
Hashtag America first. Hashtag America first in the chat. Hashtag America first in the chat. Hashtag America first in the chat.
And this goes all the way back to 2016 too, but right from a year and a half ago, nobody's ever seen anything like this. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world by a lot. But I stood up to the trade cheaters. They're cheaters and abusers and violators of the world like no president has ever stood up before. And now I'm standing up again because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, if that's okay. And we're doing quite well. I placed 50% tariffs on foreign copper, aluminum, and steel so they couldn't come in and steal your jobs. And sometimes even more than 100% tariffs. They weren't going to come in from foreign lands and steal your jobs. If they wanted to come in, they pay 100%, they pay 200%, they pay, I don't care what it is. They're not going to steal your jobs, okay? And they stop. And right now we have more factories being built, and I mean car factories, AI factories, factories of every type that we've ever had in the history of our country by 3 times. That's because they didn't want to pay the tariff. How don't you pay a tariff? You build your factory here and you hire American workers. It's quite simple, actually.
That's what I said. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. That's all you got to do. Thank you, Trump.
25% tariff on foreign automobiles, and very importantly, I opposed a 25% tariff on medium and heavy-duty trucks, so that Mack Truck could do very well with its factory in Pennsylvania. But all American roads will be filled with American trucks very shortly. Very few people are able to compete with us anymore. They used to rip us off. It was like we were a bunch of babies. American labor worked with us, too. I just met the head of your unions, and they've been terrific. They work with us, and they're fair. They treated us good. Maybe we can negotiate a little bit tougher. Where the hell are the union guys? Those guys are great. They're great. There they are. I want to just say hello. We gotta make sure you vote for our congressman here. I'm not doing this for my health. Right? Muser. We even have Muser here. That's within a single year of taking office, I slashed trade deficit with China by the largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a trade deficit. We cut our trade deficit. If you're a president and you cut it by 1%, they say, oh, you're doing a great job. 2%, you're a genius. I cut it by 67%.
67. Trump economy. Trump speaks live. Trump economy. Trump speaks live in PA, battleground state. The reception is so well.
Put China first.
Trump couldn't even speak for 5 minutes. The crowd is so excited. The crowd is so excited. Double tap, hit the like button. Doge found a massive cave in Pennsylvania with 22,000 filings, cabinet stacked 10 high, holding 400 million paper records for federal retirement. Literally charts of manila envelopes take 6 to 9 months to process. Biden-era bureaucracy at its finest. Trump empowered Doge to fix these problems. Doge found a massive cave in Pennsylvania with 22,000 filing cabinets stacked 10 high, holding 400 million paper records. Double tap, hit the like button.
And you wanted to help out.
I bumped into Anthony and Elon probably back in February, and they told me something about a mine that was dealt with retirement, and they said they needed somebody to help out to fix retirement in the government. I love the challenge, so I jumped on board, and it turns out there is actually a mine in Pennsylvania that houses every paper document for the retirement process in the government. Now picture this. This giant cave has 22,000 filing cabinets stacked 10 high to house 400 million pieces of paper. It's a process that started in the 1950s and largely hasn't changed in the last 70 years. And so as he dug into it, we found retirement cases that had so much paper, they had to fit it on a shipping pallet. So the process takes many months, and we're going to make it just many days.
Will it be digitized, or how?
Absolutely. So this will be an online digital process that will take just a few days at most. And I really think, it's an injustice to civil servants who are subjected to these processes that are older than the age of half the people watching your show tonight. So we really believe that the government can have an Apple Store-like experience, beautifully designed, great user experience, modern systems.
Because right now it's by hand.
Yes, the retirement process is all by paper, literally with people carrying paper in manila envelopes into this gigantic mine.
So they can't retire more than a certain number every month.
Yes.
About 8,000 a month.
that's how we. The reason we discovered it was we were saying like, well, let's encourage voluntary retirement. I said, well, the most you could be they could do is $8,000 a month, and even under normal circumstances, it can take 6 to 9 months just to have your retirement paperwork processed, and they often get the calculations wrong. So we're like, well, why would it take so long to retire? And they're like, well, because of the mine. And we're like, what do you mean a mine? What's a mine got to do with retiring? And that's where we discovered that all the retirement stuff is still done by paper in a process that looks identical to what occurred in the 1950s. Like if we took a snapshot of the mine when it first started in the 50s to today, it looks the same.
It's amazing. So how long do you think it'll take to turn over?
Revolving Light Doge found a massive cave in Pennsylvania with 22,000 filing cabinets stacked 10 high, holding 400 million paper records for federal retirements.
What does it mean? So when you hear about dead people receiving payments, this is how. When you hear about dead people receiving payments, this is how, because the antiquated systems are on paper from the 1950s, and the people who started it may have died. So there are people who have been getting paid since the 1950s, and no one has ever stopped the payments because there's no system to stop it. There's only system to start payments. That's the unsaid part here. How do you stop a payment when someone dies? Okay, someone retires, you create this paperwork, it goes into a mine. It's a literal cave in a mine. So how do you stop it? It never gets stopped. This is the fraud. This is the abuse. If you understand what they're explaining is, there's no one to stop the payments. That's how someone 200 years old is still getting paid retirement, because the process is the 1950s and there was no process to stop someone getting paid. I don't think this was supposed to be the permanent process. You're supposed to fine tune it and then input a process so when people die, the payments stop.
Literal carts and manila envelopes take 6 to 9 months to process. Biden-era bureaucracy at its finest. Trump empowered Doge to digitize this mess into an Apple Store experience. Civil servants deserve better. We're fixing it in months. What's your response to this? Ayes, do you support this? A yes, B no.
What's your response? Double tap at the like button. What's your response? Corruption on top of corruption on top of corruption. And it's always centered around the same thing. Thank you, Doge. Thank you, Elon. Trump.
Did they screw the kid Pratt? Biggest thing I've ever seen going on. Hey, did they screw the kid Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up, biggest thing I've ever seen, going.
Trump speaks live, battleground state PA. All those workers, look at all those workers behind
More
Trump.
Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32, now, think of this, 32,000 new jobs just starting in Pennsylvania alone. David, you have to get credit for that. And in the last
32,000 new jobs in Pennsylvania alone. Trump economy. And we're talking about the Trump economy post-Iran deal, how this is going to affect Rubio and Vance 2028, Trump economy post-Iran deal. He's speaking live today to an audience in PA where he just reported 32,000 new jobs in Pennsylvania alone. Double tap at the like button.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32, now, think of this, 32,000 new jobs just starting in Pennsylvania alone. David, you have to get credit for that. And in the last few months alone, we've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, and that number is going to go much, much higher as the factories start to open. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one.
Nope. Eli Lilly, brand new $3.5 billion investment. Well, this is the Trump economy. This is the Trump economy. 1,000 jobs right there, Pete. Look, one more time, because you don't hear enough of good news. You don't hear enough of good news. Good news. Can we say good news? Good news in the chat. Good news.
Over 1,000 jobs, just that one. $1 billion investment in a company, by the way. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company, by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one. Nokia is investing $30 million to expand its semiconductor testing and packaging operations, thousands of jobs.
Nokia.
And B. Braun has announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown. I love Allentown. I love any place that votes for me, which is the entire state of Pennsylvania.
This is the Trump economy. This is the Trump. Oh, that MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. Eli, B. Braun, Nokia, thousands upon thousands of jobs. We getting Epstein money. We getting Epstein money. We getting Epstein money. Oh, Ice, baby. Oh, Ice, baby. Just then, ICE pulled off a slick mass arrest poly in Pennsylvania today, tricking dozens of illegals into coming to the DMV under the guise of renewing their CDLs. As soon as they arrived, they were rounded up and arrested. That's how it's done. That's how you shoot. That's how next time you shoot. That's how you shoot. Oh, I love my president. Did y'all just hear that? We just did an ICE sting in Pennsylvania. All of these are illegals with CDLs. And we had tricked them to come into the DMV and they under arrest. Ice, baby. So cold, so cold. Ice, baby. Just go back home. You try to walk away. You try to walk away. Bring your ass back here, boy. Bring your ass back here, boy. No. Get your ass back in line. We need to do that in California, man. We need to do that in California.
When we talk about democratic socialists, how are they viewed inside the Democratic Party?
Yeah, you mentioned New York, you mentioned Vermont. Obviously, there's the D.C. mayor. We've seen it in Pennsylvania as well. The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism. And look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic socialists doing considerably better among Democrats, electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we said, there are primaries next week with Democratic socialists, self-proclaimed, on the ballot. What are the prediction markets saying about how they may do?
Yeah, this to me is one of the more stunning trends, right, that I have seen in covering politics over the last 15, 16 years. And if you believe the prediction markets, it's not going to just stop suddenly. It may extend into next week, because just take a look at the chance that Democratic socialists win in Dem primaries, House primaries here in New York. You go to New York 7th District, right? You got a Brooklyn borough president who at this point looks like an underdog compared to a Democratic socialist. And then you may get a Democratic incumbent in Northern Manhattan get knocked off. That's closer to a 50-50 race. But the bottom line is this. Next week in New York may be a very good one for Democratic socialists. Mayor Mamdani endorsing them. His political star is rising, and he may bring a few Democratic socialists along with him and put them into Congress.
So earlier when we discussed this is true that the Democratic Party is moving more to the left. One of my audience members said the Democrats need to be more to the middle, but what's obvious by these poll numbers is that the Democrats are moving more to the left. And the Democratic Socialist is the most popular brand. People want free stuff. That's right. And they want to win and push this so bad that they've already had a Nazi. His name is Planter. The Democrats are backing a Nazi by the name of Planter.
So when we talk about Democrats,
but if you understand socialism and communism in the history, it kind of makes sense.
He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say so for 8.
I just brought this up. I just brought up Planter. Here's Trump on Planter, the Democratic's golden boy who happens to be a Nazi. And I wish I was lying. I wish I was just being mean and salacious. Let's hear Trump call him what a spade.
How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say so for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest. It's unbelievable. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say so for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest.
Yeah. And I think this was in January, but before he actually took office. But I think that experience, I would use the same words that my friend Bill Maher uses: gracious and just absolutely. It was pleasant, and it wasn't a show or anything. It was just like a conversation, and we could find things that we might agree on. And I thought it was a good conversation. And honestly, why wouldn't the senator of the state that carried him in the election, and I know plenty of people that voted too, hey, he invited? Absolutely. It's not about bending a knee. It's about having a conversation with the president. And I think that's entirely appropriate.
I agree. The Democrats frame everything. So now having a conversation with the president is bending the knee. But then y'all bend the knee for illegals all the damn time. President Trump talking about having a conversation. President Trump speaks live in PA at a Mack truck plant.
Demeaning to them. They were not happy, right? But the front row, they became actually very famous, Front Row Joes. And the typical 401k, as you know, is up almost $30,000 in it was 12 months, it was 13 months. It's up 44%. Think of that, up 44%. Because, as goes the stock market, so goes a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York finest. And he said, sir, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, my wife didn't think much of me, very much. We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last year and a half, my 401k is up 74%, sir. And she thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm a super genius. I said, how are you getting along with her? He said, well, I'm not so sure I like her anymore. But I won't tell you that. I refuse to say that. He's getting along just fine. But a lot of people have come up to me, David, and they thanked us. 401k.
401k up 70%. We talking about the Trump economy and how this will have J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio glide into the White House. Trump said last week that J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, it's almost impossible to beat them. What I am saying today, that with peace agreements in Gaza, with peace agreement on the way in Russia, with a peace agreement on the way in Iran, with a peace agreement in Venezuela, with a peace agreement in Cuba, there is going to be a victory lap that's never been seen by J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. There is going to be a victory lap on J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio that has never been seen, because they will have 2 years. We got the rest of 2026 to finish up Iran. And like I said before, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio is going back to Iran. We just giving Iran a break because the teacher came in the hallway, so I stopped punching you. As soon as the teacher leaves the hallway, I'm going back to punching Iran in the face. Hello? J.D. Vance and Rubio will have a cakewalk into the White House because they will have so many victories to campaign on for the next 2 years. And that's not starting till 2027. We have the rest of 2026 to clean up Iran and get a deal in Russia. Then 2027 and 2028 is a campaign party for the Republicans, and it's all victory all day long. Trump won, Trump won, Trump won. If you want the winning to continue, vote for Rubio Vance. If you want the winning to continue, vote for Rubio Vance. If you want the winning to continue, vote for Rubio Vance. Marco Rubio on his way to do some negotiations in Kuwait. Not just border czar bullshit like Kamala Harris, but doing real geopolitics. Marco Rubio getting on the, this is Rubio, this is how seriously, here we go. Let's break this down. Trump is building a wall around Iran diplomacy. Rubio is taking the message directly to the Gulf, and now every ally has to decide whether they are serious about peace, security, and stopping Tehran from ever getting a nuclear leverage again. Breaking, Secretary of State Marco Rubio heading to the UAE, Kuwait. Now remember, the UAE left OPEC and Bahrain this week as Trump administration works to lock down support for America's Gulf allies. This is how serious diplomacy is done. Double tap, hit the like button. This is how serious diplomacy is done. I agree. So what I am saying is, it's more than just how people say red. People say red wave a lot, but they don't back the red wave. Today, what I'm doing is giving you the red wave and what's backing the red wave. Let's go. This is Pennsylvania. Voters on both sides of the aisle don't believe Trump is doing anything to ease the pain. They feel the grocery store and gas prices at the pump, and somehow some are still undecided. Trump has the PA with voters. So let's hear from the voters in the PA. So this is some propaganda. Let's hear from the propaganda. CNN propaganda. CNN don't like America.
What do you think of how President Trump is doing so far on the job?
Not as well as I would hope, honestly.
What do you make of the president's visit?
To be honest, I think it's all for show. I don't think he really cares that the prices here in the Lehigh Valley are skyrocketing and, our wages aren't getting any better, but the cost of living is worse.
President Trump ran saying that he was going to bring prices down, that he was going to fix the economy. Do you feel like he's done that?
I don't. No, he has not.
Now, two of those voters, the woman at the end there, as well as the man at the beginning, Matt, did vote for Trump in 2024. And they, like other Trump voters in 2024, told me that they don't feel as though the president has taken any big action that they've seen to address the pain that they're feeling at the grocery store, to address the high cost of gas prices. Now, some are hopeful with the recent negotiations with Iran that could change, but they didn't necessarily feel like he's focused on those issues at all. And now the ones that are dissatisfied with the president, including one Mack Truck 2024 voter that I spoke to, said that they aren't necessarily decided on who they're going to vote for in these midterms, Katie. So it's not a done deal that they're going to flip over to Democrats. But them, as well as some of the president's ardent supporters, are not happy with the state of this economy.
The Democrats, that's all you got. That's all you got. You don't got nothing else Democrat. You don't got no policy. You don't got no star. Who you going to run for 2028? I'm talking to my MAGA constituency about what we got on the horizon for 2027 and 2028. You're talking a bunch of bullshit, but I'm telling you about Venezuela, a victory. I'm telling you about Cuba, a victory. I'm telling you about Iran, a victory. I'm telling you about a deal in Gaza. All the hostages have been returned to Gaza. October 7th happened under Biden. I'm talking about a closed border. By modest estimates, 10 million people came across the border under the Biden administration. Kamala Harris is on video crying, saying, please don't come. Please, remember, Kamala Harris is on camera crying, saying, please don't come. So what I am touting is victory after victory. You couldn't close the border, right? You couldn't close the border. Trump closes the border first day. You had mega inflation. Trump lowers inflation. Eggs costed $12. People like me stop eating eggs under Biden. You didn't only have mega inflation, you had shrinkflation. Right? No one talks about shrinkflation. You had the proliferation of the Iran conflict, the Russia conflict, and Venezuela, all under Biden. All of those things have been fixed under Trump. So now, even though you want to say the economy is not doing well, Trump has the economy doing a lot better than under Biden. Lower inflation, gas prices is going down by the barrel. The UAE just left OPEC. OPEC needed a swap line for dollars. During Biden administration, countries were moving away from the dollar, moving to digital currency. Under Trump, in the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, countries were forced to buy oil from America. America became the number one distributor of oil globally. But what I said here, and you didn't hear about it for weeks, I said, if the world has to buy oil from America, how will they buy it? Will they buy it in rupees? Will they buy it in yen or yuan? Will they buy it in pesos? No. Everyone who bought oil during the closure had to buy oil from America in dollars. Dollar bill, y'all. The petrodollar, the resurgence of GDP, the reshoring of onshore jobs, all of this and that's why I said, keep the straits closed. I don't care about the high gas prices. I know eventually it will be better for Americans, but for now, I like the Straits of Hormuz being closed. I like Japan buying oil from America in dollars. I like the UAE leaving OPEC and needing a swap line to get dollars to buy oil from America. I like America making money, billions of dollars in Venezuela. We've made $7 billion of Venezuela off of Venezuelan crude. I like Trump stealing oil from Iran while we've had the straits closed, also boosting the American economy. So while you make up fictitious things about the American economy, the reality is J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio will be able to run on the victory in Venezuela, the victory in Cuba, the victory in Iran. The victory in China. Because remember, Trump went to China and negotiated with Xi Jinping when we had 50% of their oil. We had China by the balls. We had China by the balls. And of all the times to negotiate with China, a global power, we go to China and Trump is received like a king. Trump is received like a fucking king. 2 days of red carpet layout. And China sides with America, not IRGC. In front of the globe, China is shaking hands, buddy with Trump. Xi Jinping and Trump are friends, and China backs America's play in the Straits of Hormuz. What does that mean? China picked the USA over IRGC. And today, she's saying this before the speech, but Trump says in the speech, 32,000 jobs in Pennsylvania alone. 32,000 jobs in Pennsylvania alone. And he talked about Eli Whitney. He talked about Braun B. Huh? Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump speaking live in PA about the Trump economy. And I say,
what do you think of how President Trump is doing so far on the job?
Not as well as I would hope, honestly.
What do you make of the president's visit?
To be honest, I think it's all for show. I don't think he really cares that the prices here in the Lehigh Valley are skyrocketing and, our wages aren't getting any better, but the cost of living is worse.
President Trump ran saying that he was going to bring prices down, that he was going to fix the economy. Do you feel like he's done that?
No, he has not.
Now, two of those voters, the woman at the end there, as well as the man at the beginning, Matt, did vote for.
Let me hear from you in the chat. That was, last week people were trying to be racist and say low IQ individual. Well, there was several white people in that video that I would attribute to that low IQ moniker. She sounded like she smoked 1,000 packs of cigarettes a day, and she clearly don't understand anything. So that's one of your low IQ people right there. And I love how y'all was saying that low IQ last week.
Great to see you again, Congressman. Real quick, did y'all not hand over your deleted communications because there was more tapes like Nancy Pelosi saying J6 was her fault? Is that why you guys won't hand them over? You don't want the American public to see the truth? Is that what's going on, Congressman Raskin? No. You're talking a lot on the floor today. Why don't you want to talk now?
You're delusional, man. Delusional.
I'm delusional.
Yeah. So good luck with all your problems.
I don't have any problems, sir. I think you're the one with problems.
Get back to your job. I'm sure they're looking for you at the office.
My job is figuring out why you guys won't hand over those deleted J6 communications. And Nancy Pelosi then comes out with a video saying it was all her fault.
Your office called to get back to work on your way.
But video doesn't lie, Congressman.
All right.
Red wave in the chat. Video doesn't lie, Congressman. Video doesn't lie, Congressman. Red wave in the chat. What's this right here? Dan Goldman slanders President Trump as the enemy despite multiple assassination attempts against him. The person who's inflicted so much damage on every New Yorker's lives, he's in 1600 Pennsylvania, not Mondani. Woo, these Democrats is crazy. Somebody else with the Trump hate. We got some Trump hate. Y'all might like this in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you're ready for the Trump hate.
But come on, we're better than this, and we need to be better than this. And we have to stop dividing ourselves so much and try to find the common ground and unify, especially within the Democratic Party, because the person who is inflicting so much damage on every New Yorker's lives on a day-to-day basis is not 6,000 miles away. He's in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And that is who the enemy is that we all need to unify to stop. But come on, we're better than this, and we need to be better than this.
We are better than this. We better than you. How's the enemy 1600, man?
Really work hard, lifting those weights. So and really, really work. Could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal. Say it, Bo.
Appreciate it. Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind, never seemed possible happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. Unbelievable. I don't think there are too many presidents that have the courage to do something like that, and, you know, just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach. And I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old. And so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true. And it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room, a lot of time in the cage that I was able to do that. And that's really because America is the land of opportunity. And if you set to your mind to something and you feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story about the first time I met President Trump. It was in 2019 at the White House, and our team and I won the Nationals, the NCAAs, and at Penn State, we are. Let's go. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot. And I told him that when I'm done wrestling, I was going to fight. And he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that. But really, since then, I feel like we've had a special connection that I'm extremely grateful for. And, you know, fast forward 7 years, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, and I turn and look at my corner, and President Trump is right next to him. And so it really felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special. And I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters. And I'm grateful to be an American. And it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all. How's everybody doing?
Double tap at the like button. Trump brings on some stars on the stage, and they support and they like Trump. Double tap, hit the like button. Thank you for liking the stream. Double
Really
tap.
work hard, lifting those weights. So
Bo Nickel. He brings out Bo Nickel at the Pennsylvania rally. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you, everybody who's liked and subscribed. Double tap, hit the like button. We talking about Trump and PA. We talking about this the Trump motorcade. This the Trump motorcade leaving the rally. Trump leaves in PA rally. I think it was a great job. He announced 32,000 jobs at the MAG plant, jobs at Eli Whitley, Braun B, just jobs on top of jobs, money on top of money. I love the way that the working man is behind Republicans. It used to be the Democrats. You used to see the Democrats with truck drivers and Teamsters. You used to see the Democrats with the hardworking everyday American. But now the hardworking everyday American has found his way to the Trump Republican, right? To the, what is this right here? 46-year-old Dave Moore, who was arrested and charged in Allentown, Pennsylvania earlier this year after several months online communication. 14-year-old, no. Cash Patel confirms felony convictions against James Comey. This is a massive accountability, I hope. I don't know about that. Let's listen. This sounds like some AI shit.
Thank you. As you heard from the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit, pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Is Comey guilty? I believe he's guilty. Somebody in my chat put that 8647. I think just the fact that Comey was the head of the FBI and people are using that 8647 the way they're using it in my chat, I think that's enough to prosecute him. I think that was treacherous.
The Space Force was part of the Air Force. I said, no, it's got to be separate, got to do its own thing. And it's become, so we were in 3rd place 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it in. The Coast Guard is hot. Everything's hot. And of course, Air Force, I started Air Force. That was a part of the Air Force. The Space Force was part of the Air Force. I said, no, it's got to be separate, got to do its own thing. And it's become, so we were in 3rd place 4 or 5 years ago, and I put it in. We were losing to China and to Russia, and now we're totally ahead of both of them, like at numbers that they can't believe. Space Force could end up being one of your most important. To stop the massive theft of taxpayer dollars, the Coast Guard is hot. Everything's hot.
Everything's
and of course,
hot.
Air Force,
I gotta go cook some tacos, man. Let's get to this. I'm gonna get to this USAID, and I'm gonna go cook some tacos. Khanna, Elon Musk, Doge, and USAID controversy today. Khanna in the news about the USAID. Let's go to Khanna and give you some background before I go to that African sister. This is Khanna, and Elon Musk is threatening a lawsuit against him.
If we want to regulate them, maybe we start by not having 3 80-year-old presidents in a row. We need someone who actually understands technology.
Give me ideas.
You had Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, that's ageist, first of all.
Well, fine.
It is, but it's interesting the way the Democrats, who are also always against the prejudiced, that's the one prejudice that's okay.
You're fine with having another 80-year-old
I think it's a
president?
case-by-case basis when you're 80. I've certainly known people who are 80, which I'll be in 10 years, and I don't intend to be like Joe Biden.
If we want to regulate them, maybe we start by not having 3 80-year-old presidents in a row. We need someone who actually understands technology.
Give me ideas.
You had Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, that's ageist, first of all.
He said, I'm gonna be 80 in 10 years. I'm still smoking weed, fucking bitches. What you talking about?
Sue me, and he called on the Justice Department.
Bill Maher said, I'm gonna be 80 in 10 years. I'm still smoking weed, fucking these hoes. I'm gonna still be out here smoking weed, fucking these hoes. Double tap at the like button. Shout out to Bill Maher.
Today, Elon Musk threatened to sue me, and he called on the Justice Department to put me in prison. That's right. The world's richest person has spent all day tweeting going after me. Why? Because I cited an academic study that his Doge cuts may lead to the deaths of millions of children overseas. You know, Elon, I thought you were a free speech guy. Why not debate me on these issues instead of threatening lawfare? You're not going to be able to intimidate me. I'm the guy who stood up to the Epstein class and worked with Massey to get the Epstein files released. I'm the guy who stood up against AIPAC and called out a genocide. And I'm the guy who stood up to billionaires in my district who ran someone against me and still called for a wealth tax. So I'm not going to be intimidated or silenced. I need your help. I need the help of folks to sign this petition and help me stand up to power and fight for truth and justice. Today, Elon Musk threatened to sue me, and he called on the Justice Department to put me in prison. That's right. The world's richest person has spent all day tweeting going after me. Why? Because I cited an academic study.
Should Elon sue Khanna? I say sue his ass, sue him under the ground. I say sue him. It was salacious and liable, and Elon got nothing but time and money. I got time today, cuz I think he should sue him.
That we are sending $40 million a week to the Taliban.
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of foreign aid going to terrorist organizations?
We have assisted Al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been instances of the Hamzi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kataiba Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Shams in Syria. Dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance from U.S. foreign aid.
Could you elaborate?
USAID. This is why Trump shut it down, and this is why Khanna, this is why Doge and Elon Musk should sue Khanna and sue him out of politics, because I'm tired of his ass.
A little bit on the mechanisms in place that are to stop foreign aid from going to terrorist groups, and why are they not working if we have any in place? Sure. And I would note that these are, you notice, these are terrorist weaponry. You see some AKs, SKSs, some snipers, some clips, some clip carriers probably made in China. And I believe these are small landmines here beside right there.
Let's use Gaza as our case study. $2.1 billion in American taxpayers' money to Gaza since October 7th when Hamas invaded southern Israel. USAID money was going in terms of an emergency use authorization to try to go to parties that USAID formerly had a relationship with in the Gaza Strip. They had to have been vetted by OFAC. They should have been vetted against the special designated terror list from the State Department and from other Treasury organizations. Waivers were granted because they said that there was an emergency use to have that money come in to Gaza, thereby jettisoning the usual typical screening procedures. As a result, 90% of aid that was going from the United States by way of its agents in Gaza ended up in Hamas-controlled areas.
Wow.
And this is ridiculous. Essentially, what the U.S. assistance to Gaza did was underwrite the ability for Hamas to survive until the ceasefire was just passed a few weeks ago.
Wow.
There was no strategic thought for it, and there was no screening.
Seems like the emergency might have been armed terrorists to kill civilians. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate. And even more than that, Samantha Powers, the administrator for USAID, was intent on having Israel not be able to defend itself.
To not be able to defend it.
Correct.
And everybody said Israel, Israel.
Is that correct? How do you say that? Primorac? I got Birchett, man. Nobody gets mine right, so don't worry about it. What is it? Primorac?
Perfect.
All right, thanks, brother. How did terrorists exploit our foreign aid loopholes?
Well, we have a lot of our international.
Can you pull your mic up? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have international NGOs and UN agencies actively lobby here in Washington, D.C. against vetting policies that would prevent it. I was the senior vetting officer at USAID. And what we did.
Did you say United Nations is doing this? The UN?
Sure. Everybody's getting money lobbies here.
That they're lobbying against us. I'm sorry, Mr. Roman.
There's actually someone who used to work for one of those lobbies, the largest NGO lobby, Interaction. One of our co-witnesses here worked for them from 2018 to 2023. USAID effectively self-funds its own external private lobby that then goes back to Congress and asks for more money for USAID.
So the taxpayers fund this lobbyist who's working against American interests.
Correct.
Possibly killing our allies and possibly Americans.
They bring together groups in Washington that oversees work with groups that kill Americans.
Yeah, I don't need a flow chart to show that. I appreciate it.
What? And you thought it starts with the Southern Poverty Law Center, and we don't really talk enough about the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Was affirmatively told in an email that.
Do you think USAID programs have been aligned with the national security interests of the U.S.?
No, they have not. They have actually helped China.
Mr. Roman?
No.
Okay. How do these programs compromise our national security, Mr. Premack?
They actually push China. They actually push much of the world towards China on the green energy agenda. They push people, ordinary people, billions of people towards China because of the resentment caused by our social re-engineering.
Are we being lobbied by these pro-communist China groups currently?
But a lot of these countries don't even have to lobby because they get the money anyway, like South Africa.
Yeah, and in fact, these lobbyists have come to the House and have tried to kill legislation like HR 160, which was meant to increase transparency in USAID's funding of overseas organizations.
Is that a current piece of legislation?
That's from the last session.
And give me that number again.
HR 160.
And what does it do?
It was meant to give U.S. lawmakers the ability to have higher transparency in terror financing investigations aimed at scrutinizing extremist groups.
Mr. Premack?
We had a regulation before we left in the last administration that anybody who touches money in countries where there's terrorists, those names have to go through databases, terrorist databases. That was overturned by Biden.
Overturned by Biden. Chair Lady, I am currently 5 seconds, but I wanted to mention something. There's a lot of rhetoric used on this committee, and I would urge my friends on both sides of the aisle, let's stick to the actual information. This rhetoric is, I've received death threats, and I know the Chair Lady has, and it needs to stop. We need to tone it down. Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the USAID controversy today. Elon Musk has threatened to sue Ro Khanna.
That we are sending 40 million.
So I'm just giving you the background. So when you understand what's going on with the fraud and why Ro Khanna is under fire, this is why.
Permanently told in an email that NIAID had a monetary relationship with the Wuhan Institute through EcoHealth Alliance. He was told this in January 27th of 2020. Do you think that Dr. Fauci intentionally lied under oath to Senator Paul when he vehemently denied NIH's funding of gain-of-function research?
I think there's no doubt that NIH was funding gain-of-function research.
Is it likely that American tax dollars funded the gain-of-function research that created this virus?
I think it did, not only from NIH, but from the State Department, USAID, and from DOD.
I'm out of time. Thank you very much. 20 seconds left. Dr. Fauci was affirmatively told in an email that NIAID had a monetary relationship with the Wuhan Institute through EcoHealth Alliance. He was told.
We knew this. We knew this. This is why he had to get a pardon. This is why Fauci needed a pardon from the auto pen in midnight. Breaking news, Elon Musk calls out Ro Khanna and his household wealth reportedly grew from roughly 27 to 46 million to estimated $232 million. 631 million total trade volume across 38,000 trades since entering Congress. Most prolific Democratic trader in House history. Are you guys watching this? Remember I told you about Nancy Pelosi. Listen to what Elon Musk called out about Ro Khanna. He wants to point the finger at everybody. Let's put the light on him. 631 million total trade volume across 38,000 trades since entering Congress. Most prolific Democratic trader in the House. They're stealing money in front of your face. 22 investigation found 15% overlap between his legislative work and family stock holdings. He's stealing in front of your face. Ro Khanna, all focus trades returned 112%. Do you get that kind of return? He gets 112% return, excess over the S&P 500 from January, just like Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi returns over the S&P 500, but these people still blatantly in your face. And then you come in my chat and you talk about Trump, and this motherfucker is doing better, 100% above S&P 500. But none of you know this. Why don't none of you know this? Why are none of you quoting Ro Khanna's fucking meteoric rise to hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars? Just like Nancy Pelosi, just like Ilhan Omar, just like Maxine Waters, and a lot of Democrats who use the office to become multi-millionaires. Yeah, Elon, I didn't know he had that much money. I say Elon should sue his ass. I say Elon should sue his ass. Sue his ass out of politics, sue his ass into the, now he looking serious because Elon Musk has $1 trillion. Elon Musk threatens to sue Democrat Ro Khanna for his player-hating ass comments.
I also, though, want to mention Musk now seems to be accusing you of insider trading. Are you concerned about this? And what do you say to his allegation?
Oh, that's a total lie. It's been debunked by all of the people who've looked at it. My wife has premarital assets in a trust. I've been leading the charge to get stock trading banned in the Congress. I'm a co-author of the Trust Act that would require all members to actually have their assets in a trust. And all the independent
What about a
ethics
blind, but the issue of
groups
maybe
have
a
looked at
blind
this.
trust?
Well, it's a diversified trust. It is widely diversified, and neither
Got
I
him!
or any my
Got
family
him!
know of the trades, and it complies with the Trust Act. It's
Got
exactly what
him!
the Trust Act requires. And this is not me. This is what all of the independent ethics observers have said.
I also, though, want to.
I love the double tag. I love the double talk. Got him! Got
That's a
him!
great one, huh?
I do. I mean, did you see his Nick speech? I mean, anyone
not
who's
the issue that most concerned me. I don't
it's
need.
worth a watch because the speech was not just about the Knicks. First of all, he like recites every Knicks player. I mean, I couldn't do that about the
gives a
49ers.
shit about the Knicks? He's the mayor of New York.
Well, yeah, but he talks about how it's actually bringing people together. Trump voters, Mamdani voters, how it's overcoming the odds. And he took a speech that was just about celebrating a championship, and he made something bigger about it. He's a talented.
Okay. Well, it doesn't make me forget that his wife loved October 7th attack on Israel, and that he pals around with terrorists.
No, come on. Have you had him on the show?
We ask people like that, Ro. They never come.
I'll talk to him. I think
I
he
would
should
love
come.
that. I think he should too.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you come, you have a
I do too.
conversation. You have
I
a
would love to talk
conversation.
to him.
He's a smart guy, and I think you would find.
I'm not saying he's not a smart guy. He went to the White House.
Yeah,
I mean,
he took.
I know. He went there, but he can't come here.
Yeah. He should come here.
He should come here. Oh, so should AOC. So should all of the Democrats.
Well, they should come. You don't bite. You're fine.
I voted for them, not him. But I mean, I
He
would.
needs Trump's money though, and he doesn't need your money here, unfortunately.
And they're scared to talk. And they're scared to talk. And I agree. I agree.
Of a USAID program. USAID basically was a program that was a system that was completely devoid of our public policy. It operated almost as an independent State Department, and oftentimes USAID was operating in contravention and contradiction of what the embassy was trying to accomplish in the host country. And one of the complaints you would get from many developing countries is that they would get flooded with NGOs that were picked for them. These NGOs would then operate in the country without even coordinating with the government, doing whatever they wanted and pursuing what they wanted. And in some cases, it extended well beyond food and medicine. It extended to political interference and all sorts of other activities in these countries that were undermining the national interest and the credibility of the United States. Now, these compacts in particular are promising and exciting because they are government-to-government arrangements. No longer do we put money into a bucket and says, this is for vaccines, or this is for medical care, or this is for standing up clinics globally. We are doing it individually, country by country. And the reason why that makes sense is because every country has unique needs. Some country may need more help in some area than in others. But at the core of this arrangement that we're making with countries is their desire and our goal to ultimately help them build their own national health systems so that eventually they no longer are dependent on foreign aid.
Correct. They don't have to come back to the American teat and keep suckling on the American teat forever. Or then we bring them over to the country like we did Somalians, and then they steal from us. This is another example of USAID and Ro Khanna's lies and the Democratic fraud.
We need to understand the real reason why USAID is in Africa. Their sole purpose was to act as if They're coming to rescue Africa. They're coming to fill in the gaps in government services, gaps in education, gaps in healthcare. They are coming in claiming that they're introducing grassroots initiatives that are going to help the people. And so they use that as a way to go into the most remote parts of Africa. They're talking about government advocacy. When you look at it on paper, it all looks really good, but they're actually wolf in sheep's clothing. They are using that open access sounding humanitarian to constantly destabilize governments. I can tell you right now, the majority of African leaders, and not just African leaders, but leaders in the developing world, are celebrating the exit of USAID. We need to understand the real.
Celebrating the exit of USAID. The Democrats and liberals, the Clinton mafia, the Biden mafia use USAID to destabilize. What happened in the Ukraine? What happened in the Ukraine didn't just start. How many people know what happened in the Ukraine? How many people know what happened in the Ukraine started back under the Obama administration when Joe Biden was vice president? When Joe Biden was vice president and the Democrats were playing, you had Hunter Biden on the board of Burisma. You had so much corruption in Ukraine. How is the corruption? Now come to find out. What did we come to find out recently? We come to find out, we just learned about Dr. Fauci, right? Now we come to find out that they had labs in the Ukraine. We heard about labs in the Wuhan, but just recently we learned about labs in Ukraine doing what kind of testing is that? What is it? He said gain of function testing on Ebola and other. We just learned about labs in the Ukraine. There's no evidence. Declassified records released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, outline that U.S. government has supported over 40 public health and diagnostic laboratories in the Ukraine since 2005. I'm just declassified intelligence, declassified records released by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, outline the U.S. government has supported over 40 public health and diagnostic laboratories in the Ukraine since 2005. These intelligence assessments acknowledge that some Ukraine facilities store especially dangerous pathogens, including Ebola, SARS, anthrax. However, this storage for diagnostic surveillance and threat reduction purposes, which is standard for public health tracking. I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you knew this because some of you are new to my channel. You just subscribed, you just hit the like button, and you may not have heard me talk about the recent report from ODNI and the labs in the Ukraine, not just the Wuhan, not the gain of function that Fauci signed off on in Wuhan for COVID-19. I am reading to you SARS, Ebola, anthrax in the Ukraine. Yes, 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 yes. You didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, did you? I know you didn't know that. Well, it's time to go make the tacos, everybody. It's time to go make the tacos. It's time to go make the tacos. It's a taco party. Taco party. Taco Tuesday. Watch it, Taco Tuesday. Macho, watch your Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday in the Perfect Time Podcast household. We about to go make some tacos. I got my chicken has been burning. My family is waiting for me. They starving. They probably ate. I'm the only one gonna eat some grilled tacos. Shout out to the Juneteenth t-shirt. We functioning in this bitch, man. Double tap it the like button. Man, we exposed Khanna. How many people knew that Khanna was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and that he was beating the S&P 500 by over 100%? How many people knew that about Khanna? Man, I mean, I did some big exposing today. I mean, that's the biggest thing right there. How many people knew that this guy was on the grift? These Democrats get away with murder. So that's why he's looking sad. That's why he's looking sad, because these Democrats have been getting away with murder, and we caught him today. We caught him today. We talk about Nancy Pelosi a lot. We talk about Nancy Pelosi being worth $400 million. How many people knew that Khanna was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he has the best investment portfolio in the Congress? He's worth several hundred million. Let me read it. Y'all want to read it together? Let's read it again, because I want everybody to leave this podcast with this information. Elon Musk calls out Ro Khanna, and his household wealth reportedly grew from 27 million to 232 million. These are your Democrats. Your Democrats are fucking royalty. Your Democrats are fucking royalty. The Democrats bitching and whining about Israel and white people are fucking hundreds of millions of dollars royalty. And the women are married to white men. God damn it, America. Wake the fuck up. These people telling you this shit are worth hundreds of millions of fucking dollars. And the bitches are fucking white men. Elon is fucking a white man. AOC is fucking a white man. Damn it, Democrats. I mean, you guys get so high off the Trump hate. And while you guys keep saying the stupid shit about Trump, the Democrats are stealing to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. This investigation said Ro Khanna, his trades return plus 112% excess over the S&P 500. Your 401k don't do that. I don't care if you went to, I got a friend of mine who went to Wharton and he went to Harvard. He went to Wharton, he went to Harvard. He's a highly intelligent motherfucker. I love him. He can't make money like this after Harvard, Wharton Business School fucking education. This motherfucker is beating Harvard. This motherfucker is beating Wharton. He's beating the S&P plus 112% over the S&P. He's beating Nancy Pelosi by 38%. 143% return on NVIDIA shares bought via wife's trust in February 2024, right before CHIPS Act helped double the stock. That's theft. This is theft. I want to put this in the chat just so you guys know, because this dick is always bitching about Trump. He's always bitching about Trump. And when you know, it's always the person who's doing the most. It's the loudest person in the room who's the fucking criminal. Who's the fucking criminal. He's always bitching about Trump this and Trump that, and this motherfucker is a criminal. How many people knew he was a fucking criminal? Criminal! Over 100% better than the S&P, and then he buys NVIDIA before the CHIPS Act, and this is why he's worth a couple hundred millions of dollars, because he knows what's going to pass, and then he buys the stock. It's theft. This is people who are not born here. Ro Khanna looks like a foreign impact. He looks like a Barack Obama. He wasn't born in America. He doesn't have a culture of America, so he doesn't give a fuck about stealing your money and then lying to you and getting you upset at the Republicans to distract you from his theft. He lies to you about Trump so he can distract you from his theft. Nancy Pelosi is not running again, you guys. Because of MAGA conservative media outlets like this one, Nancy Pelosi is not running. But what's so important about this report is that he beat Nancy Pelosi. He beat Nancy Pelosi by 38%. And we all can agree. Nobody will come in my chat and say Nancy Pelosi did not steal money when she is worth $400 million. The reason she's not running again is because Democrat and Republican can agree Nancy Pelosi stole money. We all agree Nancy Pelosi ain't shit. She's worth $400 million. But we always talk about Nancy Pelosi, but no one has ever told you that this motherfucker on the screen has been stealing more. This motherfucker on the screen is doing 38% better than Pelosi. Pelosi is doing impossible numbers. We all agree Pelosi has done impossible returns in the stock market. How do you feel knowing that there is someone who is even performing higher than Pelosi? It is mathematically impossible to be that right. It is mathematically impossible to be that right. We agree with Nancy Pelosi, but I just reported to you that he is doing 38% better than Pelosi. So if we all can agree that Pelosi has made too much money in the stock market, he's made more. These are both Democrats. These are both Democrats. He's made more than Pelosi in the stock market. This is sick. This is theft. And you want to tell me about a no king. It's a fucking king right here. It's a fucking king right here. Don't tell me about no kings when this motherfucker is stealing right in your face. Did you see what he did? 143% return on NVIDIA shares bought via wife's trust in February 2024, right before CHIPS Act, helped double the stock. He's a fucking thief. A dirty fucking thief. And when asked about it, he did a double take. And when asked about it, he did a double take. Huh? When asked about it, he did a double take. And when she asked him about the blind trust, and when she asked him about his wife.
I also, though, want to mention Musk now seems to be accusing you of insider trading. Are you concerned about this? And what do you say to his allegation?
Oh, that's a total lie. It's been debunked by all of the people who've looked at it. My wife has premarital assets in a trust. I've been leading the charge to get stock trading banned in the Congress. I'm a co-author of the Trust Act that would require all members to actually have their assets in a trust. And all the independent
What about a
ethics
blind, but the issue of
groups have
maybe a
looked at
blind
this.
trust?
Well, it's a diversified trust. It is widely diversified, and neither I or any my family members know of the trades, and it complies with the Trust Act. It's exactly what the Trust Act requires. And this is not me. This is what all of the independent ethics.
Don't he sound like one of them those guys on the street? This is not me, Habibi, my baby, Habibi. This is not me, Habibi. This is the bruise, my Habibi. As he rips you off. Don't he sound like one of those dirty motherfuckers on the street lying to you as he rips you off? Habibi, my Habibi. Dirty motherfucker.
So you think I'm done?
Dirty motherfucker. That's what we talking about, bro. Oh, it's the trust. And here it is right here, you guys. Here it is right here, you guys. He bought the NVIDIA stock with shares via his wife's trust. That's why she asked him about a blind trust. And he starts the Habibi double talk. I'm not buying a pack of Swisher Sweets, motherfucker. I want to find out about if you stole money from the American people. Stop trying to sell me Swisher Sweets, motherfucker. Habibi, my nigga, Habibi. It's their policy, my baby. Habibi, my nigga. It's $5, Habibi. I cannot change the policy, Habibi. Dirty motherfucker. Dirty motherfucker. Did you hear that Habibi shit? Did you hear that smoke shop? Did you hear that smoke shop Habibi shit?
Observers have said all the independent
What about a
ethics
blind, but the issue of
groups have
maybe a
looked at
blind
this.
trust?
Well, it's a diversified trust. It is widely diversified, and neither I or any my family members know of the trades, and it complies with the Trust Act.
My family, Habibi, nobody family member know of the trade. Habibi, my nigga, Habibi, I knew nothing wrong. Habibi. Yeah, man, this guy is a crook, man. This guy is a crook, man. This guy's a crook, man. Straight up. All right, man, I gotta go, man. I love you guys, man. I love you guys. I love my channel. I do. I love my channel, man. I love you guys, man. I gotta go make some tacos for my wife, my kids. Hey, how you like the new setup? How y'all like the new background? I got my wife got that for me for Father's Day. So how y'all like the new setup? I love you guys, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel, Perfect Timing Podcast. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member. Hit the super chat right now. Is your last opportunity to donate, support the channel, support MAGA conservative based GoMax entertainment. This is a based MAGA GoMax podcast. My goal, and I love that I want more MAGA supporters, more Republicans, more conservatives to join the channel. People who don't see my skin color, people who want to support America, people who love Republicans, people who love red, white, and blue. I know there are people on YouTube who love Trump. We just showed a poll with 95% of the people who voted for Trump support Trump. I'm trying to get to those 95% 95% of the people who support Trump, 95% of MAGA supports Trump, 95% of MAGA loves Trump and love the direction. This podcast is for you. This podcast is shared with a like-minded person. If you're a Democrat and a liberal, we debate every day. Democrat and liberals, bring it on, baby. I've been doing my research. I'm so well read in these topics. We debate every day. So Democrats, bring on the contention, bring on the debate. And my MAGA Republicans, I love you. Hit the like button, donate to the channel. We need monetary support. I can't say it enough. To the Democrats who listening, who want to make a joke right now, this is the opportunity for liberals and Democrats to make a joke. But for the Republicans, for the conservative Republicans who are watching, we need monetary support. So for liberal Democrats, they don't get it. But I know conservative understand that this doesn't happen for free. Conservatives understand it's not a big thing when YouTubers ask for monetary support. They understand the cost behind the microphone. They understand the cost because they pay mortgages. They pay electricity bills. So when YouTubers like me who do a damn good job at presenting entertainment and research content say, donate to the channel, my conservatives, I need you to donate and support monetarily. I need you to become members. It's $5 to $10 a month. I need you to donate in the super chat. I need you to donate via Cash App. I need you to hit the like button. I need you to share the show. It's so important. So I'm going to say goodnight to everybody, and I love you. See you tomorrow. Hit the notification button.